Okay, the Committee on Finance, the ring is getting worse. The Committee on Finance will come to order. This morning we have a briefing with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. Please.
Good morning. Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Don Chang. I'm the Governor's nominee for the Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. This is Laura Ka'akua. She is the First Deputy, and Kalea Manuel. He is the Deputy of the Water Commission. Also seated up front who will be assisting is Cynthia Gomez. She is our DLNR Fiscal Management Officer, and Cardi Chang, Chief Engineer. Seated behind me are the administrators for DLNR that I would like to introduce. If you could please stand when I call your name. Les Kobata, Registrar of the Bureau of Conveyances. Brian Nielsen, Division of Aquatic Resources. Ed Underwood and Megan Stratz with Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. David Smith, Forestry and Wildlife. Alan Downer, State Historic Preservation Division. Alice Udy with Personnel. Russell Suji, Land Management Division, also is Kevin Moore and Ian Hirakawa. Michael Kane, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. Jason Radula, Division of Conservation and Resources Enforcement. Kirk Cottrell and Alan Carpenter with State Parks. Pua Ayu is our Homeless Coordinator. Also present with us are the administrators to several of the agencies that are administratively attached to DLNR. They include Mike Naho'opi'i. He is with the Executive Director of Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission. Good morning. Leimana Damate, Executive Director with the Ahamoku Council. And I'm not sure if John Komeji is here. He is with the Mauna Kea Stewardship Oversight Authority Board. Mahalo for this opportunity to provide a briefing of DLNR's budget.
1 second.
Yes.
Can you bring the mic down for people that are
okay,
listening?
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide a briefing of DLNR's budget to the House Finance Committee. First, I will be providing you an overview of DLNR's mission, goals, and highlight our proposed budget requests and how we spent the legislative appropriations from last year through a PowerPoint presentation. Then we'd like to proceed with answering any questions the committee may have regarding our budget. After that, after DLNR's presentation, we would like to provide an opportunity to the agencies that are administratively attached to present their proposed budget and answer any questions. I would first like to say I am extremely nervous. This is my first House briefing. I apologize in advance if I make a misstep or am unable to answer any questions. But as you can see, my administrators literally have my back. So I will try my best. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to serve the people of Hawaii as the Governor's nominee as the first Native Hawaiian woman to chair BLNR. This is a historic Native Hawaiian leadership team with Laura Ka'akua and Kalea Manuel. I believe our nomination reflects a recognition of the values that each of us bring to DLNR based upon our respective background and experience to support DLNR's mission to enhance, protect, conserve, and manage Hawaii's unique and limited natural, cultural, and historic resources that are held in trust for the benefit of not only this generation, but the generations that are yet to be born. It is our honor to serve the people of Hawaii. To support our mission, there are 9 core divisions. In addition to our 9 core divisions, there are 16 boards and commissions that are administratively attached to DLNR. DLNR is responsible for managing or overseeing, and you can see this on tab 2 of our materials, which I'm hoping you all received, 1.3 million acres of Hawaii's public lands in forests, parks, and other natural areas, 3 million acres of state ocean waters, including fisheries, coral reefs, small boat facilities, and ocean recreation, all freshwater resources, including more than 376 perennial streams and all groundwater aquifers. Historic and cultural sites, forests and watersheds, public beaches, 50 state parks encompassing 30 acres on 5 major islands, regulations of dams and reservoirs, rockfall mitigation on public lands, endangered species, invasive species control, and regulating 3 million acres of land on conservation district. To accomplish this overwhelming responsibility, we have approximately 1,084 authorized positions, but we have a vacancy of 291 positions, or about 27%. And you can find that on Table 12. Our total appropriations for fiscal year 2023 was approximately $206 million. And you will find this on Table 2. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 is approximately $263 million, an increase of $60 million to, one, raise our ceilings from special funds and other federal funds that we anticipate receiving. Our proposed budget for 2025 is approximately $225 million. DLNR's goal is to have sufficient capacity, staffing, to effectively and efficiently manage our lands, waters, natural and cultural resources by being more self-sufficient, so we are working towards generating sufficient revenues to pay for our core operational functions. Thus, our biennium 2023-2025 is based upon the following priorities. First, we are going to request raising our special fund ceiling to align our revenue increases so that we can spend the revenue that we are generating to manage our facilities and infrastructure. We are asking to increase the ceiling for our special land development fund, which is critical for the operations of our entire department. And if you can see, we have a slide on our special land development fund. It is slide 101. And in that slide, we show you the contributions of that special land development fund. There you go. It funds over 80 full and partial positions within the department, including Land Division, OCCL Engineering, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, DoCare, Commission on Water Resources, Administrative Offices, and the Chairperson's Office. So it is a critical source of funding as it supports our our operations at DLNR. Our second priority is staffing. We are in the process of filling our vacant positions and have a strategy to fill the existing vacancies. First, we will continue to work with DHERD on recruitment and retention of current staff. 2, participate and hold our own job fair at DLNR. 3, targeting recruitment for our next DoCare Academy recruits. We have greatly appreciated in the past, the legislature appropriated 42 DoCare officers, and I'd like to report that all 42 will graduate this year and will be spread throughout the state. 4, we will continue to work on identifying opportunities and updating class specifications and minimum qualifications. And 5, we will continue to utilize WikiWiki to hire. We are also asking the legislature to file for full year funding for half-year funded positions. And 3, conversion of positions from temporary to permanent. Our third priority is to increase our base general funds. This will enable DLNR to increase federal funds with matching state funds. 2, incorporate Act 255, Session Law 2022, the Mauna Kea Authority, into DLNR's operating budget to continue to support the Mauna Kea Authority startup and transition planning process. 3, new funding will be critical to protect the natural and cultural resources and climate change. I'd like to now highlight our budget requests for the various LNRs. You will find this on Table 4. Let me get that. The first one is LNR 101. This is our land division. We are making no requests at this time for operational funds, but only to increase our special land development ceiling to pay for salary increases. We are also asking for an increase in CIP funds for our new Hawaii District Land Office.
It's land conservation fund.
Okay. Okay.
Not the-
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That's why I have Cynthia here, to correct me when I make a mistake. So, she did refer, so, LNR 102 is the Land Conservation Fund, and we are requesting an increase of $1.5 million to assist us in acquisition. But again, back to the land division. So, we did want to provide you an update on the funding that you provided for us last year. What did we do with that? What did we receive, and what did we do? Last year, we requested for operations 7 land agents, property management positions, and 1 planner. We asked for CIP funds for our Hawaii District Land Office, and we also asked for $13.5 million for the demolition of Uncle Billy's at Hilo Bay. What did we receive? We received partial special land development funding for 8 new positions. We also received $3.5 million from special funds for our Hawaii Land District. Unfortunately for Uncle Billy's, the demolition, we didn't receive the full funding, and our special land development fund does not have adequate funds to cover the $13.5 million in demolition costs. So we are asking to increase that in our CIP. How did we spend the money that you gave us? We are currently in the process of filling those 8 new positions, which require reorganization. We are in the process of a bid package that was released on HIPRO for contractors regarding the Hawaii Land Office. And again, Uncle Billy's, we will be requesting some additional funds. I did want to add, with respect to Wahiawa Reservoir, because I know that is an important issue for many, the legislature did appropriate funds to DOA. It was for both due diligence. There are 3 components of Wahiawa Reservoir: the lake, which would go to DLNR and state parks, the dam going to Department of Ag, and the irrigation system to ADC. I'd like to report that DLNR is working with Department of Ag on those, on the due diligence, getting an appraisal, a contract for an appraisal, and for an environmental consultant. The next item is LNR 101. It is, again, our coastal and OCCL. We are requesting $3.5 million in general funds to complete the Waikiki Master Plan, Phase 1. Last year, we did complete the design phase for the EIS for Waikiki and Ka'anapali. We did do community outreach to develop community-based coastal restoration projects in underserved areas, and we finished the settlement agreements for coastal violations, which will provide a blueprint for future enforcement actions. We do understand that the coastal erosions and beachshore hardening is a very important issue, especially statewide. So DLNR is focusing a lot of our attention in developing a strategy for addressing both shoreline hardening as well as enforcement. The next LNR is LNR 111, the Bureau of Conveyances. We are requesting a ceiling increase of only $750,000 for each year to complete a major portion of our digitization project, which we started in 2015. This was to create a digital Bureau of Conveyance information hub to interact with businesses and public more effectively and to start much needed upgrades for a public reference room. I would like to report that during the COVID, Bureau of Conveyance was able to be open. They were able to maintain their operations and provide services to the public. They processed 1,100 to 1,300 documents daily during the COVID. They completed the significant IT replacement for our land record system. The completion of Phase 4 of our multi-phase digitization project is proceeding as we continue to convert all documents since 1845 to current and into digital accessible content. Last year, We did receive a ceiling increase of $750,000 each along with the defunded 5 vacant positions. We spent that to increase, we were awarded a $1.2 million digitization, cropping, and index for our documents. And we are going to continue to fill our vacancies and maintain access to the community for the Bureau of Conveyances. Next LNR is LNR 141. And this is our CIP. The previous administration combined all of DLNR CIP into LNR 141. If you see table 15, it was $30 million for each year. The slide before you breaks up the CIP requests into our core divisions. However, we will be requesting to modify our CIP requests from lump sum to specific LNRs to enable better tracking and holding accountable specific CIP projects and contracts. If you like, we can also explain the specific CIP projects. But this is our breakdown of that lump sum CIP budget that's on table 15. Okay. And as far as engineering, engineering was able, in the last 8 years, they've assisted the department to expend over $355 million to implement CIP projects that protect the environment, address public safety issues, and better serve the community. Some projects include the Alawai dredging, construction of the new DLNR office building to house DLNR land and SHPD, and engineering. Over the last 8 years, we've ramped up our dam safety enforcement component to ensure that we uphold our mandate to protect public safety and minimize the risk of dam failure. This included stepping up our dam safety inspections, modifying our CRVS penalty schedule, and working with dam owners to ensure they understand their obligation to make their dams comply with the law. Our flood risk management program has continued to provide outreach, education, and tools for the community to ensure they can be more informed and better prepared to protect themselves from flood event. Engineering has created the flood hazard assessment tool that is available to the general public in a blog that is updated approximately every 3 months. Our next LNR is LNR 401. This is our aquatics division. We are asking this year to consolidate programs LNR 153, 401, 805 to LNR 401. This will help to better manage the department. We're also going through a reorganization to support that consolidation. We are also asking an increase in the Ocean Stewardship General Fund ceiling to $800,000, which is projected revenue from our user fees. And third, we are asking to increase our federal ceiling adjustments for incoming federal grants. Last year, we were able to, we increased our coral restoration efforts. We also supported the aquatic invasive species control and rapid response to resource damages. We improved our fisheries management program, Miloli'i community-based subsistence fishing areas, established laynet rule amendments, open bottom fish restricted fishing areas, increased fisher engagement and co-management. We will be working this year extremely hard to coordinate with the fishing community as we proceed forward with our marine managed areas. So our intention is to work more closely. I'm a process person, much more substantive, so I'm asking our department to spend a lot more time on engaging the communities in initiatives both that the department and the project proponents are submitting. So not only does that apply to DAR, but that is going to be for across DLNR. So last year, we converted 3 positions from temporary to permanent. That was completed. You also provided us 2 positions to support coral restoration and aquatic development. We started January 2003 to reorg to add those positions. You assisted us in restoring operating funds and the 3 defunded positions during the COVID budget crisis. And we are in the process of filling those positions as well. So thank you for your assistance last year. We will continue on with continuing with funding, with the filling those vacancies and our mission at DAR. Our next LNR is LNR 402. Ooh, did it? Yes, DOFA, Division of Forest and Ocean, Division of Forests and Wildlife. This is probably our largest division. LNR 172 is our Forest Resources budget request for additional positions. LNR 402 is money for Hawaii Invasive Species Council. LNR 407 is funding for positions for watershed protections and natural resources management. LNR 804, increase the wildlife revolving fund ceiling to address increasing annual program needs. And 5, increase CIP money for the state's contributions towards the acquisition of the Monowili Forest. That was included in our LNR 141 under our CIP, but we will be, again, our intent is to modify the CIP to break it down into the specific projects. Okay. And you can see better what these accomplishments are. I won't take up your time for that, but they have been working very hard to fulfill their mission. The next LNR is LNR 404. This is CWORM, our Commission on Water Resource Management. We are asking to request full funding for 4 positions. It is 4 aquatic biologists to support stream protection and management statewide. Set up 2 on island of Maui because of the magnitude of the stream work. We're also requesting $2 million in CIP for deep monitoring wells to help us monitor our aquifers where we are seeing stresses from climate change and user use. Excuse me. Some of the accomplishments from last year is we continued joint funding agreement with USGS to co-fund 40 stream gauges, 9 monitor wells, and 18 rainfall stations with USGS. We're really trying to get good information and making informed decisions as we understand the vulnerability of our aquifers and our water resources. So CWORM, and Kaleo's the deputy, is working very hard to address in a proactive way many of those concerns. And okay. The next LNR is LNR 405. This is our Conservation and Enforcement, or DOCARE. Again, mahalo to the legislature for funding 42 new positions, and the entire recruit class, the 42, remain on track to graduate this year and will be dispersed throughout the state. We do have a correction on this slide. It says 187,800, and it should be changed to $291,888 to reflect the requested additional half-year funding to provide full-year funding for the 12 new recruit positions. We are also requesting CIP funding for repairs to our Maui office. I also want to address, I recognize that many legislators have asked about whether DOCARE should be part of the new law enforcement department. In 2019, LRB conducted a study on joining forces. It was inconclusive whether DOCARE should join the forces and recommended more discussions. It is our position at DLNR that DOCARE needs to remain with DLNR because of their unique mission to preserve and protect resources in addition to law enforcement, and it ensures that DOCARE can receive special training on resource management and enforcement and more timely respond to our concerns related to DLNR's mission. So it is our position that DOCARE is appropriately situated with DLNR, and we would and we want them to continue to stay with us. I don't want to lose Jason and his new recruits, as they are doing a really good job at this time. So that's LNR 405. And I would like to say that this class of 42 recruits, they really represent from young to old to a real reflection of this community. So we're really encouraged by this class, and we're encouraged by the fact that they will be spread around all of the islands. The next LNR is LNR 801, DOBAR, our Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. At this time, and I may be corrected, we are asking for an increase in special fund ceiling for fringe benefits, but no increase in operational expenses. We're asking for a ceiling increase to cover our CIP projects. Essentially, we're asking that the legislature permit DOBAR to use the funds that they are generating from user fees to maintain their own infrastructure. Some of the accomplishments of DOBAR over the last year is the new Lahaina Harbor Ferry Pier and Harbor Office, new piers at Alawai Harbor, new piers at Ma'alaya. This year, again, last year we had asked for a ceiling increase of $3 million and additional funding of $500,000 to complete the Ma'alaya Small Boat Harbor. We also asked for construction funding of $3 million for Hei'ikea Small Boat Harbor on Oahu with wastewater system improvements. We did receive all of our requests that were outlined above were granted, and we are currently in the process of implementing those actions. The next LNR is LNR 802. This is State Historic Preservation Division. Again, this is another mahalo to the legislature. You provided us critical funding for critical positions to maintain and process backlog of reviews, and we have filled 38 of the 41 positions, are in the process of filling 2 more positions. So I know some of you are going to ask, so there better not be any backlog. Alan Downer is back there. So we are trying very hard to address that backlog to ensure that we are facilitating timely compliance with those SHPD reviews. But again, thank you for your assistance in providing us the funds for those positions, as without those positions, we would not have the capacity to review these permit applications that are coming before us. We completed 1,644 project reviews. We've upgraded our HICRIS system, which is our digital system, which does help the interaction between the public applications that come before us. So that has helped to facilitate this as well. But again, thank you for your support of SHPD. I realized with that support, there should be no excuse for backlog. So we're working on it. The next LNR item is, actually is LNR 806, which is state parks. And we are asking the legislature to increase our special fund ceiling by $6 million. And again, this is to permit us to use the monies that we are generating from our user fees to maintain our facilities and our state parks. The Diamond Head State Park, we've actually enhanced visitor experience. There are less people coming into the park. User fees are covering the operations. There is no fee to the for local residents to attend Diamond Head, to visit Diamond Head. We are trying to replicate that system with other state parks. So one, again, enhancing the visitor experience, also increasing access for the local community to attend many of these state parks, but at the same time generating sufficient fees for us to cover that. So another successful state park besides Diamond Head has been Hai'ena. Hai'ena State Park has been a real model for us. One, the community engagement process, the community also becoming stewards. So we really are looking at DLNR. Obviously, we cannot manage and steward all of our lands and resources. We must do that in cooperation and partnership with our community. So we see Haena as being the model for that, that approach of community stewardship in partnership with DLNR. So we do intend to do more of that, and we're asking for an increase of our ceiling to permit us to do it in a very strategic, methodical way. Rather than opening up all state parks, we want to make sure we're doing it in a way that the state park is ready to take on that capacity. We have the infrastructure and all of the necessary, including good, clean bathrooms. So we're wanting to make sure that we can meet the needs of the community before we start opening up more state parks through a fee process. Again, the Haena and Wainapa Napa State Park and Diamond Head are our models for reservations and advanced reservation system. We were able to change the name of the Russian Fort Elizabeth State Historical Park to Pa'ulaula State Historic Site. We will be doing much more, taking greater initiative on incorporating Olelo, Native Hawaiian. I said, we have to spend more time doing storytelling, right? Telling the stories of these good places. So we will be doing that through a greater education program, more interpretive signs. And you know what? That actually is the end of my presentation. We do have the agencies that are administratively attached to us, both Kirk and Ahamoku and, mahalo, both John Komeiji and Noi Wilson are here. So we did want to provide them an opportunity to present their own budget and answer any questions that you may have of them. We are really recognizing their autonomy and wanting them to, we want to shore them up and support them. So with that, if you're okay,
Yeah, please,
if I may ask them to come to the table.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Mike Nahopi, the Executive Director for the Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission. The Commission next year will be 30 years since the creation of the Commission and the return of Kaho'olawe back to the state of Hawaii. In those 30 years, we have brought over 15,000 volunteers to help the restoration of the island and planted over 500,000 trees and native seedlings on the island as part of our long-term work. We want to start off with this meeting. I just want to say Happy New Year, Kunki Fa Choi, and Haole Makahiki Ho. And as the joke I said in previous meetings, it's not a new legislative session unless you see Mike and the Kirk wandering the halls looking for funding. So first of all, I want to start off with big mahalo for last year bumping up our operating funds. That made a significant salvation to us after we've gone through the years of the pandemic and no increases, and for the additional 2 field personnel. That is a great help to us. In our budget for this year, our budget request, we are asking for the second year funding for those 2 positions. And we're also looking at establishing a new program ID that will separate the Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission's work from the general administration of DLNR. That way it'll be a more distinct and more recognizable of the effort of Kirk, separate from the rest of the department, where it's blended in with fiscal, personnel, IT, MOCO, all the other attached agencies. You will be seeing later this session, we want to continue the funding that you provided to us last year, the $400,000, and we're hoping in a future request to be able to establish that as a permanent operating fund, which is key to keeping the base camp operating, keeping our on-island presence available, because not only are we maintaining a base camp on the island, we are also providing the infrastructure, the boat operation between the islands, transporting volunteers, providing security and safety on the island, and we're doing our own unexploded ordnance maintenance work on the island too. So that, if we can make that permanent, that'll be one of the greatest helps to us, and then you won't see me in the halls anymore. Well, thank you very much. Any questions?
So I'll do the questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair. Oops, sorry. My name is Leimana Damate. I am the Executive Director for the Hawaii State Ahamoku. I come from the Ahupua'a of Kahuku in the Moku of Ka'u on the island of Hawaii, Moku'o Ke'awe. The Ahamoku, the Hawaii State Ahamoku, has been in existence since 2012 via Act 288. And what we're doing now for the first time is that we're requesting to expand the Ahamoku into its own division, which would be LNR 907. The reason for that is that as we're in pretty much the same boat that you heard Mike talk about. We work with 606 Ahupua'a and 46 Moku statewide in the Pai'aina. We depend on our volunteers. Our board, which is confirmed by the Senate, works with each of their separate islands. Each island, these are all volunteers, so there has never been any funding except for just operational funds, which would include travel for the board to come to Oahu for Ahamoku meetings. Our budget that was approved in the EGA budget was $200,000. However, it was increased to $286,000, 304, for this year through DLNR. That is very, very much welcomed. What we need to do is expand our capacity in working with all of these different islands and Ahupua'a and Moku with only one full-time employee has been difficult. And so we have an extremely important and strong relationship with the generational families of each of the islands. So what was spent out of the budget this past year was basically, besides the one full-time salary, was $4,000, and that was to attend a Native Hawaiian Civic Club convention in Seattle this past November. We presented at least 4 different presentations to over 300 Native Hawaiians from the 67 Hawaiian Civic Clubs in the nation, and gave them our hopes to increase the ceiling for Ahamoku if our requests to branch off into 907, LNR 907 is approved. So we basically have $168,000 left in our budget that needs to be spent by June this year, 2023. We haven't spent that much money because we wanted to get the approval of the different islands on the direction that we were going. That approval has been granted and they're looking forward to it. So our accomplishments is that we continue to encourage and have collaborated between disparate parties. What that is people who are generational families from different Ahupua'a who have a different perspective from the general communities around them and how to take care of the natural and cultural resources. That takes a lot of mitigation between the families, and we're constantly working on that. We have continue to bring the traditional land-ocean sustainable system to the government policy table. That's really important because each of the Ahupua'a and Moku are based on geography and topography to maintain their natural and cultural resources. And so each one is unique to that specific Ahupua'a. We're integrating kupuna, continue to integrate kupuna practitioner knowledge with the different modern conservation practices. What came up recently, a question was asked, how does climate change and the climate change issues impact Native Hawaiians? and what are we doing about that. We are working with our kupuna of each of these different ahupua'a and moku and trying to see where their traditional knowledge based on generations of observation can be incorporated into the Hawaii climate change program. So basically we have full participation from all 8 islands and are looking forward to this new chapter in our lives. Thank you so much for the opportunity to explain a little bit more about the Hawaii State Ahamoku, and I will be available for questions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair. I'm John Komeiji, along with Noinoi Wong Wilson, who have both been appointed as interim authority members in September. So I wanted to kind of give you a status of where we are and also explain our request for $14 million. As of today, we've had 2 meetings of the authority. We've established a permitted interaction group to be able to bring some structure or some recommendations about structure of the organization. For example, do we have other officers? Do we have subcommittees? Do we have committees? What kinds of rules and regulations do we need to establish for the authority? So that permitted interaction group chaired by Noinoi Wong Wilson has met and will be meeting twice this week to come up with, twice in the next 2 weeks, the recommendations about how we structure the organization. Currently, we don't have any employees. We are in the process with the assistance of the DLNR administrative folks to hire an executive assistant. That was authorized per the legislation last year. We're hopeful to get that person on board by February, the end of February. We are exploring all of these different, not only are we standing up a new agency, but we are potentially bringing many of the existing employees who work for the University of Hawaii Hilo over to the authority. So we're exploring different avenues to do that. As you may recollect, and I know some of you may be new, the working group that established recommendations about this legislation last year did a back of the envelope type of estimate as to how much it costs the current entities to administer the conservation, cultural practices, et cetera. They came up with a number of $14 million, but it was a real estimate of what it costs. So that would include $12 million for the University of Hawaii Hilo, what they support. They have 58 employees, I believe, as well as what they estimated that probably $2 million from DLNR. So they came up with an estimate of $14 million. That $14 million was carried over into the legislation which enacted this particular authority. So the legislature last year gave us $14 million to spend. Governor Ige authorized us, of that $14 million, $200,000 to hire the executive assistant, as well as to reimburse board members for the incidental travel, et cetera. We've probably spent less than $1,000 so far because we haven't hired anybody. And we're trying to figure our way through the how we reimburse people, et cetera. So we've not spent hardly anything. So for this upcoming biennial budget, we submitted and requested the DLNR put in $14 million annually to cover again the expenses. But I have to really reiterate that we are not asking for an increased amount. We are just carrying over what we believe the current expenses are to protect the mauna and conserve the mauna. So it's, to allay any thought that somehow we're increasing the budget, increasing headcount, et cetera. That would not be correct. We are just carrying over what we believe this back of the envelope estimate was. So with that, the one big caveat about our budget is that under the legislation, we have 5 years in which to transfer the duties from UH and DLNR to the authority. We are in such a formative stage right now, we don't know whether we can, so we're given 5 years. We don't know if we can do it in the fiscal year 23-24, for example. But we're still putting in the request for the $14 million in the event that we come to the point where we've come to a point where we think that we can make that transfer. And the same thing for the following fiscal year. So we may or may not be able to do that, but we have to, as an authority, we have to be in a position to believe that we will be able to exercise all of the responsibilities that we need to before we make those transfers. So that's the real big contingency, that although we're asking for this 14 million, we may not spend more than, just for a few employees. So anyway, that's sort of where we are. We are all currently interim board members. We're all appointed in September of last year. We're unsure as to the confirmation process when that might occur. Because we have been, we are interim members, we have been informed that we can work on formation of the entity, what we're doing now, the organizational formation, but that we probably cannot, until July 1st, make any type of substantive decisions. It would be unlikely that we would make any substantive decisions anyway, just because we're such a brand new entity. But nonetheless, we are still limited in terms of the scope of what we're authorized to do. So with that, I don't know if my boss wants to say anything else.
You did a good job, John. I just want to add my greetings to all of you, and this is the first time that I'll be serving on a board, a state board, and look forward to the challenge. It is truly a challenge. One thing I want to add that maybe John forgot, one of the big things that we've come across already is the difference between funding our CUH employees, which the majority of employees at the university are that manage Mauna Kea in all the different areas, and the fact that those are special funds, which we understand G funds will have a difficult time paying for those. So we're in the process of taking a look at that and seeing what kind of solutions we can come up or what suggestions we can come up with, and hope to come back to you in a short time, within the next month or so, with some thoughts about how we might better achieve the goals for the authority. So mahalo.
Okay,
Thank you
very much. Okay, if that
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
okay, is that your conclusion? Okay, members, we're going to move on to questions.
Okay.
Questions.
Yeah, and just sort of as a little brief warning, I said I'm too makule to micromanage. So as you can see, all the staff are here. So if you have no objections, I will ask my staff to accompany me in properly responding to your questions. So thank you.
I understand and appreciate that. Thank you. Members, questions? Who's going to be first? Representative Poi Poi.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. The first is regarding the new recruits for DoCare.
Okay.
Curious if you're able to share where they're expected to be placed across the state, and with specific interest in Molokai, Lanai, Hana area.
Good question. Jason, if you can introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair, members. My name is Jason Raydula. I'm the Division Administrator for DLNR's Division of Conservation and Resources Enforcement. We go by the acronym DOCARE. In response to your question, ma'am, we have 42 recruits in our academy right now. The breakdown as far as each branch is as follows: 14 Oahu, 14 Hawaii County, 8 Maui, and 6 on the island of Kauai. With regards to Molokai and Lanai, while we are not sending recruits to those locations because we don't have additional positions there, the Maui branch does assist with Molokai and Lanai because they do come administratively under our Maui branch. So if we do have a need for additional manpower on those islands, we would deploy them from Maui.
Okay, thank you. So you don't, in your analysis, find that there's an additional need, or there's just more need in other places?
There's always a need for officers, but at this point, the positions we have don't include Molokai and Lanai.
Okay, thank you. Also curious if any of the recruits are from Molokai. I know I believe we had people apply and try out. I just wasn't sure any of them made it in.
You are correct. We did have applicants from Molokai who did undergo the process. At this point, I can't recall whether we do have a Molokai resident or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Ayu.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for the Bureau of Conveyances, I guess. I just wanted to have an understanding if we're current on recording. It's my understanding that during COVID, to record took months for the public. So can you give us an update on recording documents?
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, Les Kolbata, I'm the Registrar, Bureau of Conveyance. I'm ecstatic. I never ever get asked questions, so it's like, wow. So thank you for asking that question. Recording-wise, we're current. What you might be hearing about delays could have to do with electronic recording. In the area of our land court electronic recording, there is probably, I'm going to say right now, about a 5 to 7 working day delay, strictly due to volume as well as staffing issues. You might also have heard about land court certification backlogs. That's a whole different, I won't go into a lot of detail, but there is an issue there as well. And we have actually a project that we've been working on for the last 1.5 years now to try and address. And we're expecting, and very frankly, in the next 3 years to get caught up with that backlog. However, I want to make really clear that that backlog does not affect anybody trying to record and own a house today.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
That's true. He's never gotten a question.
Any questions? Representative Poipon.
Thank you, Chair. The next question is for Ahamoku. 2 questions. I recall in the past, I believe, seeing annual reports. Is there somewhere I can find them online or able to be provided for the past few years?
Thank you for the question. Since 2016, we had not had an annual report, and that was because the board members had to be the ones to sign off on the report. And the board members for the Ahamoku were not confirmed until last year. So the report that has gone out to the Senate and to the House this year is pretty extensive. And it's gone through the Speaker's office and through the Senate office. I can also bring you a hard copy if you want, because it's like 50-something pages. It's the longest one we've ever done.
That would be great. Even in an email would be okay.
Okay, I
Yeah,
can send
so
it to you.
it's paper.
Okay. Okay.
And then one more question was, you mentioned about seeking the approval of the different islands on spending the remaining funds in the budget. Was that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Are you able to share some of the specifics on what was approved of how to spend that remaining
We
funds?
have not had an official Ahamoku board meeting yet. We are planning to have one in early February. At that time, while we've been talking individually, none of that has been official because we have to adhere to the Sunshine Law. And what the plan, though, is that each of the islands wants to have an Ahamoku State meeting on their island. So we are planning to go to Molokai for sure, as well as to Lanai. We're working on the Ni'ihau Island yet, and most likely that one will be on Kauai. But we're playing catch up now because of the new structure that we're looking at. And the board unofficially fully approves that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Any other? No?
Okay.
Chair, hi, good morning, Chair. Oh, sorry. Just
Okay.
to follow up, if we can get the report that Rep. Poi Poi asked for to the committee?
Yeah.
Because, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So in general, when we are requesting information, if you could send it to the chair, and we'll disseminate out to
Okay,
everyone.
I'll
Thank
get
you.
it to you this
Thank
afternoon.
you. Okay. Representative Kahaloa, followed by Ayu, followed by Vice Chair.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha kako, everyone. Mahalo for all you do to steward Aina and protect our water and natural resources. And mahalo for your nomination to serve in this leadership capacity. Huge kuleana. I had a question about the $5 million for watershed CIP and just a little more information about the CIP request specifically. What is that CIP request for watershed for?
Hi, good morning. David Smith, Administrator, Division of Forest and Wildlife. That's for an ongoing project that we have. It's a 30 by 30 forest restoration and protection project, protecting watersheds from hooved animals specifically. So a lot of it's for fencing, but it also goes into helping control other invasive species, protecting native forest, native species, endangered species, and whatnot. So it's primarily a fencing. In terms of CIP, it's fencing.
And is that for statewide watershed efforts across or for one specific site location that you're working on?
Statewide, and we have a complete list of all the projects as they're lined up, in order now.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. Director, can you briefly talk about a little bit more of the shifty issues that you're encountering and how you're planning to fill the positions and how far or how long it might take to get caught up with some of the backlog?
Great question.
Aloha. Thank you for that question. Members of the committee, I'm Alan Downer. I'm the administrator of the State Historic Preservation Division. We have 15 new positions. Those positions are currently awaiting approval in the governor's office for us to initiate recruitment. I have no idea how long it will take once we get them advertised. And it really, how fast we can get the backlog down depends on that, because we cannot, the existing staff is simply not able to do it. So I hope for the best. The reality is we're not going to be caught up by the end of the fiscal year. Best case scenario, maybe by this time next year.
Thank you, Chair.
But Representative, I do want to say that, we recognize that this has been a...
Can you come to the mic, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, no. We all recognize at DLNR that this is one of the major concerns that has been raised. Quite frankly, the governor's office has also reminded me of this in order to facilitate some of the initiatives. So we are working with SHPD office to develop a strategy on how best to streamline the process if possible. We don't want to jeopardize the integrity of their review process, but with these additional positions, can we look at, is there a way that we can help them to more efficiently and effectively address that backlog? Because you've given us positions in the past. You're giving us we're asking for more positions. So it's now our turn. We've got to perform and meet those. So we're trying to stay up to date on the current, but also addressing the backlog. So as Alan Downer said, I'm not going to promise that we're going to get everything up to speed, but we're going to work really hard on meeting the backlog. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
And if I might add, we also have funds of $200,000 to use for hiring consultants to help, work on the backlog.
Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. My first one is about DoCare, and you had mentioned that the department decided that you were going to not transfer DoCare under law enforcement, and I guess my question is just, is that something that could be reconsidered in? And let me kind of preface it by saying, so in my district, I have Ahuolaka, which is a sandbar, and other issues related to Kaneohe Bay. And over the years, I've heard community members share their frustration with the lack of DoCare officers being on board. So when I met with law enforcement, they kind of explained to me how the department would work together, how there are numerous, like whether it's the AG or other departments coming together, they all have specialties, right? But they will be able to sort of serve as backup to whatever that specialty is. So I'm wondering if that's something that can be reconsidered in the case that DoCare, it seems like there's not enough officers in DoCare to manage that.
Right.
There's public frustration, even to the point where law enforcement, when they came here, shared about if they get their 911 system up, right? So from a community perspective, community will not remember your special phone number. They're going to call 911 and expect a response. So how are you going to integrate in that sense? Even with law enforcement, they said they're going to have the same uniforms, the same vehicles, so there is a community presence. If you are separate, how will that, how are you going to work to make sure that the community is served in the same way as if you were under law enforcement?
No, I greatly appreciate that question. And no worry, I live in Kaneohe too, so they know my number. They're gonna call me anyway. But I think you ask a very good question, and we are open to engaging in those discussions again. Is there a way that we can more effectively utilize our resources together with law enforcement to meet the needs of the community? I do know that DoCare is able to respond when they know of special events. In fact, those including whether it's they've heard of a party that's going to happen on the beach or something down in Kaneohe Bay, they are able to deploy their resources to address that in a proactive way. But undoubtedly, we have to do a better job. And what I've tasked DLNR with is, we have to do a better job of education. We spend a lot of time with regulations and enforcement, but we have to educate the community so that there can be self-enforcement. I tell you, I know the people down at Sandbar, they're going to take care of each other if they know. So we will do a special effort to, one, educate the community why this is so important, why the cultural resources there need to be protected. But at the same time, I also commit to you to reopen discussions with law enforcement and see if there's a way that we can do a better job of collaborating together with them. I think we are not making a decision yet, but we are open. We know that we have to service the public. So I'm not going to totally covet DoCare. I mean, I realize that they have special expertise and skills, but at the same time, you're right, the public doesn't know the difference. They have a complaint and that they want it responded. So I commit to you that we will work with law enforcement to more effectively address, and if there's a way that we can collaborate more often, joint training, whatever it may be, but that's my commitment to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I
Please go ahead,
okay.
please.
So my next question is related to stream and land maintenance, particularly those that are in communities. And I'm just wondering what the plan is, or if the department has a plan to try to do more regular maintenance. In my community, we have challenges with that. We have worked with getting a nonprofit or a community group to be able to maintain that land. But previously, community members were doing all of the maintenance. So, and I know there are these streams and pieces of parcels that DLNR owns that community members are taking care of across the state. So I'm just wondering, is there a plan, and what kinds of resources are you putting into that?
No, I appreciate that question, Representative Kidwell. If you, the specific stream in Kaneohe that you may be referring to, I'm not too sure if that would be under like Cardi Chang or whether that's a seaworm.
Well, I guess it's more just a
Just in general?
general
Okay.
question about
Okay.
it. The one that I'm talking, we've been working on is with SHPD, and it's the
Okay.
historic
I
preservation
see,
that community
I
members
see.
have. But there's been numerous just
Okay.
in general, I
Yes.
think. Maintenance has been a challenge, I
Okay.
think.
No, and, you know, one of the other challenges, or one of my other directions to DLNRs, we have to be better coordinated internally. So, because the public, they just see DLNR. So whether it's SHPD, whether it's engineering, whether it's seaworm, or even DOFA, we have to, as an issue comes to us, we need to internally be coordinated so we can effectively deploy a response. I am open if you have specific resources that you'd like to bring to our attention. We can provide you an update, but we are making a commitment to be more proactive and rather than reactive. So we are, and I would tell you, I'm having a hard time keeping up with what's going on at DLNR. But one, trying to understand our kuleana and how best to address with the community. So in addition to what we can do internally, I want to collaborate with the community. If there's something that they've been doing and they do it better than us, then let's work with them. If there's something that we need to do, I want them to be able to come to us and we can work collaboratively. Again, we cannot steward all of these resources. We need to work with the community. I want the community to feel a sense of ownership, that we are really here to provide them the tools to maintain, I'm not saying do our job, but I know that they are out there and they know more, they can tell more readily what the needs are. And you know, kupuna knowledge and people who live in that community are our best resources, and we're not utilizing them. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I am committing, one, to do better internal coordination with our department, and then external community engagement with communities who are already stewarding and giving them greater tools to either work with us or tools that we can give to them, especially if they're a nonprofit. If we can help them with financing, we are more than welcome, open to doing that. So that's my commitment to you.
Okay, great. Thank
Thank you.
And then one last question. So this is in relation to state parks. And
State parks, okay.
you mentioned about charging and right
Yeah.
now Diamond Head and Haena. And I'm
Yes.
just wondering, multiple questions. How much do you charge right now and how much does that generate? And then are there, plans to increase those fees? And then what are the next parks that are on the list for getting these fees to be charging?
Okay.
Like, for example, is Makapu'u on the list? I know that one's very popular. I don't know if there's a
Yeah.
fee. And yeah, so
Okay.
what's kind of the plan?
Perfect question. This is one I'm going to call my state parks, Kirk Cottrell.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair. Thanks for the question. I've answered this question a lot because it's a hot topic for this state right now, particularly with over-tourism. So you had multiple tiers, so I'm going to give you guys the context of, first of all, how we've monetized certain park units that are the bulk of the revenue generators. And just to give you a stat, so the parks where we charge now, Diamond Head, Nu'uanupali, Akaka Falls, Hapuna Beach, Iao Valley, Waianapanapa, Makena, Haena State Park, and Koke Waimea. Basically, we have generated from the 21st to 6/30/22, $16.5 million in revenue. To give you further context, $9 million of that revenue goes to the Ceded Land Trust Fund. We put in over $2 million into the Ceded Land Trust Fund because it's revenue off of ceded land. Budget and Finance gets over $1 million, for their services of dealing with our CIP and our budget. For many of you that are veterans, you know that we've been constantly challenged funding the lifeguards. So we contract with the city and county of Honolulu and the other neighbor island counties, and that bill is just about $5 million. So right off the bat, 9 mil is already spoken for and comes out of the pot. In terms of the reservation system, and this is a really key point, we are making money without reservation systems at the other parks. And in fact, when we did the fee increase in 2020, and to get to your question of what the fees are, it used to be to walk into a state park was $1 and to drive in was $5. And during the pandemic, we had a legal fellow that helped us do our administrative rules, and we raised those fees to basically what is more of the national average for municipal and federal park units. So now, and using Diamond Head as an example because it's an easy one, back in 2019, a couple would drive in, a visiting couple from Nebraska, $5, right? Now they come in. First of all, you can't come in without the reservation, which, as the chair indicated, we've increased the quality by reducing the patronage, particularly at those peak hours when everyone wants to, get in there before they go to the beach and stuff, particularly the visitors. That fee now is $5 entry, $10 parking. So that same couple now pays $20 instead of the $5. But at the same time, instead of those crushing numbers we had in 2019, where we had over 6,000 people during the holiday season in one day, we top it out at 3,000. So the reservation system is a tool to enhance quality, allow local access, because as the chair indicated, we save slots in advance and don't charge the local residents, but also to enhance just the quality of the experience for all folks. So Haena is a reservation system that we pioneered, and that is going to be unique for the rest of my career because we're working with the Hui, and we have some legislation that we need to work on with Chapter 102 to enable our partner nonprofit to both charge parking and entry and have a unique situation because of the cultural value of Haena. And what we've essentially done is we're ahead of statute a little bit in terms of this paradigm shift of trying to re-engage with the community to help us manage. At Wayanapa Napa, that's with a private sector parking vendor. And then at Diamond Head, that was with a private sector parking vendor. What we've recently done, though, is executed a new scope of work with NIC Hawaii, who has the e-commerce contract. These reservation systems were basically individual standalone systems developed with our parking vendor and a designer. And now we've migrated management of Diamond Head. Actually, today, I think we flipped the switch. NIC is going to be managing. And now the rate will change for that local or for that visiting tourism family from $20 to $21 plus a 2.5% credit card charge. So what NIC is going to do for free is host and manage that reservation system. And as we want to develop additional systems, we won't pay. They will just continue to make that dollar per transaction. So one of the next ones we're going to migrate will be Wayanapa Napa into the system because it's still under our parking vendor. And that contract comes up next year. We have several that we need to put out to bid this coming year, but we're going to change it up rather than them collecting the money. Where we have reservation, we'll have NIC do it, right? And this doesn't work, by the way, unless you have either staff, community folks, or a parking vendor on site, because we've learned, particularly our friends from the U.S. mainland, they'll do anything to get into a state park, even without a reservation. So it's critical that we staff up the entrance to these park units, with staff. Probably the next one we're looking at for a reservation system will be EAO. EAO is currently closed because we're doing some major CIP. And Akaka Falls is probably closely aligned with that. And both of those have a unique relationship with the visitor industry because they service the buses that service the cruise ships. So that's low-hanging fruit for us to set up reservation because the cruise ship guys, once they start coming back in, they follow a cycle. So the reservation component will be very, very easy for them. Okay, I've told you everything I know. Did I hit all the questions?
You did. I just quickly wondering, are there others that are not on this list that you are looking at starting a reservation system, and how quickly can that get started?
The answer, first part is yes. Like Keikahakai is something that it doesn't have a parking vendor at this point. All the ones that I've rattled off to you all have a concession parking vendor. But Keikahakai is one where, because of the visitor component, yes. In terms of how soon, It's just a question of capacity, and how soon we can ramp up with NIC. One of the key things, though, that makes the system work, and this is another really important element, for us to set up reservation, we need to have on-the-ground accurate data of patronage cycles, right? So to go blindly into a park and set up reservation without a parking vendor there, because we rely heavily on the parking vendors to give us that data, because they're there, they're watching, they're counting, they're collecting the fees. So it is a little tricky to set up a capacity when you don't have somebody on site that's been there for some time managing the flow, right? At Diamond Head, our vendors there are acutely accurate in terms of peak and shoulder time.
Would you do a reservation system at somewhere where you don't have a parking, like not reservation, sorry, would you do a fee at some place where you don't have a reservation system?
Oh yeah, yeah, we do that now. We have, like, for example, Pali, Akaka, Hapuna, Iao, Makana,
So are you
those are
looking-
all no reservation.
Okay, so are you looking to do other parks with just a fee?
Oh, not at this time, because again, without the parking vendor there to ensure collection, I mean, you could set it up, and you could have a pay-by-phone QR code like we have at Diamond Head, but I think you'd have a lot of leakage without having somebody there really ensuring payment, right? Which either is greater enforcement or, for example, we're trying to staff up new trail or new park interpretive techs. And so once we staff up some of these places where they could check, then possibly in the future we could have it more as a, hey, you pay as you enter, but we don't have a formal concession in place or anything. We just do it all digitally, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for that information. It's really great. I just really feel like this is something that we should really start pushing. I mean, we have such a large amount of tourists that are coming here, visitors that are coming, and really when you think of it, like, I've heard people say, like, our parks and our trails are like Disneyland, right, to people who are visiting here. So we should monetize that and get as much as we can from that to help us maintain all of our natural resources. And I would even encourage you to raise the price now. I mean, you said $20 for a family. My family,
2 people.
For 2 people. Well, my family went to Muir Woods in San Fran last year, and it was like $15 or more a person, and there's like 5 of us, right? So, I mean, the amount you could probably get, and visitors would still pay to go to that. So I would encourage you to kind of look at that.
You raise a really good point. I wish we could maintain our state parks as well as Disneyland maintains their, but that is part of it. Raising the rates has to be commensurate with the quality. So we're kind of chicken and egg. As we get this new income, we can reinvest. And then I agree, we will then be able to adjust pricing, once we've ensured quality of experience.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Representative Alco.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I live out in Evel, and my question is the harbors, Pearl Harbor, Sand Island, every year as it goes, it seems like it's getting more dirty and more overgrown bushes. Are we doing anything in that area to help have more cleaner water, the military coming in, shipping coming in? How can are you guys doing anything to get the water cleaner out in that area for my community?
Good question. Megan? Is that- If it's a water quality question from DOH, we can refer to it.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, community members. Megan Stats, I'm the Assistant Administrator for the Division of Boating. We don't oversee, you're talking about Pearl Harbor. We do at Sand Island. We do work in collaboration with the Department of Health when there are any type of concerns or questions that come up within any of our facilities statewide.
Okay, thank you. Also, do you guys also work with fishing in the area? Like, because of the water so dirty, I noticed that fishing went downhill with oysters to crabs to all the fishes on our side of the island. Because the current runs from Diamond Head all the way to Campbell Industrial, all that reef is dying out there. Is there anything you guys doing about that?
Yeah, thank you. Brian Nielsen, Administrator for Division of Aquatic Resources. Pearl Harbor, that's under military jurisdiction, and as we know, there's lots of water quality issues. You're not even allowed to fish in there because of the health concerns, but Division of Aquatic Resources as well as DOFA, we are involved in some different projects to try to restore the wetlands and estuaries in there by removing invasive mangroves and putting in native species to help water quality, to help filter, some of those sediments and some of that runoff before it gets into the near shore areas. So those are some of the things we're working on. But yeah, we're always concerned about the impacts on fishing and fisheries as well, and have various projects from artificial reefs to reef restoration to try to build back some of that fish habitat that has been degraded over the years from a bunch of different issues.
Thank you. I just hope that we put in some time and effort in holding the military accountable to, like Red Hill, right? The water's going into our aquifer and the pollution's just coming out to the land and reaching out into the ocean, and then it hurts our people. So if you can take a look at that, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Morikawa, followed by Cochran.
Thank you. My question is probably a Kauai related question, but it's about the Kokei leases, the cabin leases. Do you have a status on that? People on Kauai are inquiring, like, what's going to happen, and if we can get more transparency as far as what you guys are planning.
Heidi. So we have board approval to put, I believe, 6 of the vacant cabins out to public auction. We have a little pilikia with one of the cabins due to a previous contested case request, which has been denied. So we're hoping that makes the package. The impediment with the one cabin held us back. We were supposed to go out to auction in December. So I think now our property management folks are looking at probably, I don't want to overspeak, but maybe by next month, those 6 and maybe the 7th will go out for public auction. And those are the vacant ones currently.
Just one more follow-up on that. The criticism is that the cabins are no longer accessible to locals because there's a lot of people who are from outside coming in and getting together a hui to get the cabins.
Yeah.
Is this something that we can do to kind of stop that from happening?
Oh, God, Alan just left, and he has all these answers. But I've talked to him a lot about it. And as you know, in the bid process, which has been scrutinized, it's supposed to go island first, statewide next, globally after that. I'm not sure of the legality of all that, but that's typically how we've run, like in 2010 when we bid out all the vacant cabins. So, but there is concern, and we're acutely aware of it, and our goal is to make sure that local residents get first crack at those cabins.
Okay, I think locals really need to know
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
But Representative, I really appreciate that, and I may be misspeaking, but I am going to have the department reassess the Kokei. They really are a valuable local community asset, and so I think we're going to be discussing that further on what may be the right vehicle to do that. I think about so many of our local children don't have an opportunity to enjoy, or experience that. So I am, like I said, I may be misspeaking with my state parks, but look, we're going to look at that. So, and we may, yeah, I know, he does, yeah. But I mean, again, we are looking at prioritizing and how do we balance, right? So I'm not making any decisions or commitment other than to say we're going to revisit that. Okay. And we may bring it back to the board, but it will be in full transparency with the community's participation as well.
That's the main thing, but I also worry because there are a lot of well-off people who are moving to Kauai, and they may be considered local, and yet, they can afford to take all the cabins. Thank you.
Yep, no, and if we move into a nonprofit where maybe it's like community children get to use it as part, But we're going to explore that. And clearly, we need much more conversation before that happens. So, yes, he's got my back.
Yeah, and he's got a comment.
One more comment. So we're working real closely with the Coquet Leaseholders Association, like Chipper Wickman and those guys, because as you know, during COVID, we disbanded the Coquet Advisory Council and we're kind of cleaning up old commissions. And I anticipate that the Coquet Leaseholders Association, which has good leadership, will be working with us, and I could see legislation in the future driven by that group to cover what we just talked about.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Sorry, real briefly on this topic. I know, does United Church of Christ still have Kuleana up there? In one of those cabins? Okay, cool. I just checking, because that's we need to keep it.
We just renewed the lease.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Director, about education. So focusing the Makai Watch program, I was able to get that approved to reinstate on Maui, Honolulu Bay. I know it was a statewide effort. Is there any talks in rolling that out again? Because it really does trickle down to having a presence on these special sites where we get over, crowding, visitors, places that don't have paid parking, reservations. I mean, from boating out in the, marine life conservation districts are being impacted. And this is about education. Don't feed the fish, don't chase the turtles, don't step on the reef, right? Simple things like that. So I want to thank you folks for approving that, but funding we're still searching for, and just wanted to see where we're at on that program.
Sure. So the Makai Watch program on Maui is active. There are several communities that are involved in the program right now. I'm not aware of any plans to expand it on Maui at this point. However, there are plans to have a coordinator for their groups on Maui that will work with the overall state coordinator. So that's in the works.
Okay, well, excellent. And, the marine protected area, so marine life conservation districts in Maui anyways has been around since the early 70s, mid 70s, I believe. Was there ever any going back to report to see how has it been effective? What are the challenges since since it was created and things, Hulapoi Bay, Honolulu Bay?
Yeah, there's been some statewide studies that University of Hawaii researchers have done where they've looked at marine life conservation districts and other types of managed areas throughout the state and look at how those compared to just regularly managed areas. And there is higher fish biomass in those areas compared to other areas, but in terms of long-term studies of how those have changed, I think we've covered that in some of our monitoring surveys, but I'll have to see if anything's been published on that. But I'd be happy to follow up.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, well, just because, of course, 70s to 2023, a lots have changed. So there's many different challenges at this time, which I believe need to be looked at and revisited. But of course, we will follow up offline on this.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Yeah, Representative Poipoi.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first is for Dar. With new or continued community-based subsistence fishing areas and other programs like that or efforts from our community coming online, just curious what kinds of continued support DAR will be offering to the communities with these new rules in helping them to be successful.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Currently, the Kipahulu community on Maui are pursuing the process of designating a community-based subsistence fishing area for their area. So we've been working closely with them, not only with planning and developing draft rules, but also working with them in scoping meetings with the community, and then they're getting close to finalizing their management plan, and then would be working with them to move forward with the rulemaking process.
I was more thinking like after, if, you know, it's successful in being passed, and, you know, the years after I'm implementing the rules with the community, just wondering if, you know, there are resources needed to help to maximize the success of the rules after they're created.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we have more community-based fishing areas come on board, you know, we're learning more and more about what it takes with, you know, after you designate these areas. You've got to continue to monitor. You have to reevaluate and see what's working, what isn't working. And, you know, that all takes a lot of coordination, and the communities, you know, they need a lot of support as well, because a lot of these folks are doing this in evenings and weekends, where government, you know, we actually get paid to do this, so it's not an actual like equal support on both sides. But we're going through Hyena CBSFA now. We just did the 5-year review, so there was a lot of good feedback that came out of that. We're also looking at monitoring, you know, how much monitoring should be required, and what should the community be responsible for versus government, and how we can work together. So there's still a lot of questions, and yeah, a lot of support that's needed on both sides.
And I just want to add on to that. Thank you, Representative Poi Poi. Greatly appreciate that question. You know, DLNR launched the 30 by 30. Now, that's generated a lot of different discussions. Quite frankly, I don't care what we call it. I do care that our resources need to be better managed. And who best to manage but those community members who are already stewarding, who have indigenous knowledge about those resources. So DAR and DLNR is stepping back and really reassessing what is the best way to engage the community on, you know, on how best to manage. And I believe that the goals of 30 by 30, the process, the approach of, you know, community-based, but it's also monitoring, adaptation, that's all still relevant. If the rules if we need to adjust the rules after we've evaluated them then we'll do that. But we need the community who's actually on the ground to help us. So I think we are going to try, you know, as I've talked to our department, we have to make a better effort at engaging these community stakeholders to be stewards, to partner with us. We have to provide them the tools. But they're the best people on the ground to do that. So we are going to explore on all islands. We know Molokai has been extremely at the forefront, quite frankly, of this. So we will continue to, with that initiative, and work with the communities on how best. It is different in all communities. What we do on Molokai may be very different than what we do on Hawaii Island. So we will make adjustments, but I think that there are guiding principles that will guide us on how best to do that. But thank you for your questions and your obvious commitment to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question, and I think it's my last one. It's for water.
For water.
Yeah. Regarding the implementation of weather streams and stream monitors, just curious how that rollout is going. And then also on that track, I'm really interested in monitoring or evaluating water in the nearshore areas and groundwater interaction with ecology in those areas. So I think in the nearshore areas, it's going to be more difficult to collect data, a lot more qualitative maybe than quantitative, but just curious of your thoughts on those things.
Mahalo, Representative, aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Good to see all of you. Kaleo Man, Deputy with the Water Commission. So we at the Water Commission are continuously trying to wrap our hands around the connection between ground and surface water interactions, especially as it relates to our nearshore estuaries and environments. Some of our budget requests have that didn't make it into this year's the IGE administration budget included some of these studies on looking at limu, right, and the freshwater or groundwater discharge that's required to support limu production and therefore support traditional customary practices, etc. We continue to work with our stream team as well as our groundwater team and partner with USGS. They're the best show in town at this point to continue to put in more stream gauges to better understand stream flows, the impact that climate change is having on the reduction of those stream flows, and then therefore some of the discharge into our initial water. So that's where our core is continue to study, do research, and collect data in partnership with federal and other state agencies. So we work with DAR and our estuary data collection. We also work with the Water Resource Research Center on some of our climate change, climate mesonet program.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about the studies that didn't make it into the budget. So if that could be maybe sent to the chair and then sent out.
Yep,
Thank
we'll
you.
follow up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any Representative Moricall?
Just one more. I'm going to go back to the 30-30 plan.
Okay.
And I'm glad to hear your comment about every island or county is
Yeah.
different, and you guys
Yes.
will look at it because you know how Kauai came out about that one.
Yes.
And I think, although we have a great program out in Hanalei, Haiena, we've known that those people come out to other areas
Mhm.
now and fish,
Mhm.
and then there are conflicts
Right.
there. So just to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It is a great initiative, but I've always focused, and I've told you, to focus more on replenishing the
Right.
stock
Mhm.
than those rules and regulations
Yeah.
and getting people fined and what have you.
No.
But thank you
Yeah,
so much
no,
for thinking
I-
about those.
Yeah, appreciate your comment on that. We do have to do a much better job of education so that people they will have an understanding so that we don't need as many rules and regulations. But we're going to try to find that really nice balance. But we also recognize, and to Representative Poi Poi's point too, I do want to emphasize that there is this, in the balance, is looking at indigenous knowledge. I mean, some people have had ancestral connections to these resources for decades, for many generations, and they can tell the differences. So He'ia Estuary, He'ia Nears is a really good example of how do we find the use of contemporary science, scientific research with indigenous knowledge. Auntie Rocky is one of the great examples of out there. They know when things change, or our uncle, so we are really trying hard to create that space where we are recognizing that knowledge to steward our lands has to be based on a balance of both indigenous knowledge, people who have been stewarding that for generations, but yet the scientific monitoring and the information we can gather. But yeah, no, we recognize every place is different. So I know, yeah, people say, don't tell us what you guys doing over here. We're over here. So we are very cognizant of that. And I appreciate that. So yes, we make a commitment to doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Representative Kobayashi?
I'm looking at the $1.5 million per year for invasive species. It seems to me that we need to do something different, not the same old, because we're losing the battle on so many fronts. And I know it's real difficult to completely eradicate an invasive species, especially the last 5 or 10%. But if you don't eradicate the last 5 or 10%, you have a perpetual problem on your hands. And we've seen that everything from the coffee pests to last week, the rhinoceros beetle, and over the last couple of years, deer, and then, parakeets, not to mention the perennial feral pigs and cats and chickens, etc., Myconia, etc. I mean, we're losing time and time again, and either we have to accept the fact that multiple invasive species are run amok, cannot be controlled, and we have to live with it, or we have to find myriad new approaches, new schemes to control invasive species.
No, I appreciate that comment, and I'll ask David with our DOFAR. But, we do look at the state biosecurity plan as a comprehensive approach to addressing invasive species. That you're absolutely right. How do we prevent them from coming in? How do we manage them once they're here? Because if little fire ants, whatever they may be, once they're entrenched, and you can, you attack one colony, then it pops up someplace else. But David can provide you much greater detail at what the approach is.
All right, thanks for the question. David Smith again, Administrator, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. So our approach on invasive species is early detection, rapid response. That's the first thing, trying to do the ports of entry program, trying to keep things from coming in, catch them as they arrive and get them before they start to spread. And our focus is really shifting more toward biocontrol and being able to do landscape scale. We're working currently with the federal and county governments to try to come up with a intergovernmental program for enhancing our biocontrol programs. So that'll help us out with landscape scale things to get established. And in between those two things is just hand-to-hand combat. We're out there trying to keep kogi from spreading, little fire ants, myconia, those types of things. And we can't give up on those efforts, because if we do, the battle's lost. And so it's really important that we continue to focus on those things. But I think with additional biocontrol capacity, they've gotten really good at it. We've had a lot of real success stories lately. It's just a capacity issue right now. And I think from a cost-benefit standpoint and an effectiveness standpoint, that's really the way of the future.
But, what would happen to Hawaii if, like, we have no ohia? No coconut trees because of rhinoceros beetles. Forests run amok by everything, half a dozen different species.
Biting sandflies on Waikiki Beach.
Yeah. And, the same applies to ocean invasive species as well as land-based. So.
Yeah, we agree, and that is why it takes the lead on a lot of our budget requests, is because invasive species really is the pointy end of the spear right now. It's also something that's, with sort of climate changing, we see a lot of stress in the system, and that allows an opening for a lot of invasive species that were formerly held in abeyance. We're having problems with, we've got several species of forest bird about just on the brink of extinction, and it's because we're warming, and the mosquitoes that used to not be able to go above 4,000 feet, all of a sudden they're at 5,000 feet or higher. And they're bringing avian malaria up into those forests where the native forest birds used to have a refuge. And so you're just seeing these kinds of impacts all over the place. And there's a lot of impacts with forest health and stress. Rapid ohia death is an example. So these are just sort of the tip of the iceberg that we're seeing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And also, in addition, Representative Kobayashi, there is a desire to have much greater coordination with our sister agencies, whether they're Department of Ag or Department of Transportation. One, getting them as they come in, how do we deal with them once they're here? It's a relentless, but we are committed to doing everything we can to address invasive species, because it is a toll on our economy. And so we understand the priority, and we appreciate the good question. Thank you.
Maybe we need a new approach to inspecting ship-bound cargo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know this until last week, but the ship-bound cargo container inspections are done through shipping companies and through third parties. And I'm sure that the shipping companies don't want, or not don't want, but are not eager to have more inspections. And so how to change the basis for how much cargo inspection is done might have to be addressed. Because I don't see shipping companies volunteering to double and triple their container inspection, but that's the kind of thing that
Right.
must be done.
You make an excellent point. I think we have to make this through education. This is in everybody's collective best interests. And so where we have the ability to intersect and make, and and do better inspections, or, inspect the ballast of vessels coming in, we have to do a better job. But I think everybody has to understand why we have to do this collectively, and how all of us fit into this comprehensive wheel of preventing invasive species coming in. Once they're in, how do you manage, and then how do we get rid of them? But it's something that we all have to adhere to and be committed to. I don't know what the full answer is, Representative, but we are trying our best. But I
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further?
Thank you, Chair. And there's an article about Westpac and Papahanaumokuakea and the customary exchange. Just wanted to know DLNR's role, if any, and what your folks' thoughts are on that program rolling out.
Yeah, thank you. So the Papahanaumokuakea National Monument is going through the process of a proposed sanctuary designation, and so the fisheries rules that could affect the sanctuary, the proposed sanctuary, that goes through the Westpac Council, and Division of Aquatic Resources, well, DLNR does have a seat on that council along with representatives from the other Pacific territories in NOAA and other representatives as well. So the latest that happened at Westpac was they did vote on proposed rules for the sanctuary designation process that would only affect 50 nautical miles to 300 nautical miles of the sanctuary. So that expanded sanctuary that occurred during the Obama designation, that's the area that would be affected, not the areas near the actual islands. And so the council did move forward and vote on proposed fishing regulations, but it's still to be determined, and we'll go through review by NOAA if that actually does occur, and actually if the sanctuary is approved as well. So it's still a little bit in limbo, but that's the latest.
And I would add, Representative Cochran, DLNR is also completing our own environmental review process, our cultural impact assessment, and our own Kapa'akai analysis. So we will provide input to NOAA sanctuary designation process, but we continue to manage the state waters. So we will be providing input on those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for being late. I was at Red Mass, but the bishop prayed for all of us, especially departments have the lowest budget and the highest responsibility in the state of Hawaii. I'm joking, but you guys got a big job. Speaking of indigenous rights, have we seen the last of the royal burials? Can we get an update on what's going to happen this weekend?
I'm going to bring Kurt Cottrell up, because
Kurt
DLNR
knows.
does have jurisdiction over Mana'ama.
Yes.
So, yes.
Kurt, thank you.
Thanks for the question. I was expecting you to ask me about Iolani Palace and paving.
I'll get to that to the second
Okay.
question.
So, but thanks for the question, Rep. So we are sitting right now in a very unique position in history in this state. On the 22nd, Sunday, Abigail Kawana Nakoa will be lying in state at Iolani Palace from 2 to 8. This event hasn't happened since Prince Kohio was lying in state over 100 years ago. I can't speak for the future, but I anticipate that Abigail is probably the last individual that will have the genealogy and the essentially the connection to the monarchy to have this privilege to lie in state. On the 23rd, up at Mauna Ala, by invitation only through the Kawananakoa family and a variety of protocols, there will be 250 people gathered, about 70 in the chapel, the rest on the ground, for the services for Abigail in the chapel. There is a tomb that has authorization to be constructed by the 2013 Land Board under William Isla. Again, probably the last tomb to ever be constructed at Mauna Ala, and once again, Abigail Kawananakoa, probably the last human remains to be authorized to go into the ground there. The tomb was supposed to be completed by the 23rd, but the granite came in from China and was held up in customs. So the current plan under the conservator, Robbie is managing all of the events, is after the services on the 23rd, the granite should be cleared with customs, and they'll start the construction of the tomb, which will go pretty quick. They already have the foundation and base in, and it's just several pieces of black granite that are extraordinarily heavy that they need to put in place and seal. That will be private. That'll be a private endeavor with just the Kawananakoa family. So thanks for the question. It's both a privilege, but also a little daunting for me to be the landlord of these two iconic and revered places in the state, and to be helping shepherd this process through to its completion.
Thank you. That's definitely a piece of history.
And I will say, Kurt, the state parks, they've done an extraordinary job navigating through some very sensitive issues. And the land board's approval was really based, to a large extent, Kurt, on deference to Uncle Bill Maioho.
That is correct.
And Uncle Bill is a caretaker of Mauna Ala. And it was through his testimony at the land board meeting that the land board, as heavy as a kuleana as it was, deferred to Uncle Bill. Because Uncle Bill's, his testimony was her lineage entitles her to be there. So, but as I told Robbie you are the conservator. I hope you're not only talking to Ali'i, but you're talking to Maka'ainana too, and he has. I have great trust in Robbie that he has spoken to the community at large. But as Kurt said, this is an extremely historic event. Also across the street is Onipa'a. We would, if you have time, please go across the street. They walked over from, hopefully, Kurt, it was peaceful walk from Mauna Ala down to Iolani Palace. But she will be taken after Sunday, I think Monday morning, by a hearse up to Mauna Ala for the burial. Is that correct?
The princess will be taken up to Mauna Ala on Sunday after they're done laying in state, and then there's a vigil of folks that will stand over her in the chapel through the night before the ceremony the next day. And if you're on island, I strongly encourage you to show up and watch a gentleman practitioner by the name of Haimalu? I forgot his name, I'm so sorry. He's going to do the oe, or the wailing, as the hearse arrives. And then Manu Boyd is going to recite her genealogy as the 400-pound Curly Koa casket is taken from the hearse. And law enforcement with Doe Care, HPD, and the sheriffs have all been granted the privilege, plus Bo, who is one of the big security guys from the palace. They will carry the casket up the stairs and then place it on a bier in the throne room. And then Veronica, her partner, will sit by the casket for the 6 hours of viewing. So it's going to be quite an interesting and amazing event to participate in.
Thank you for that update. Sounds like you've got it under control. But Kurt, I still have another sensitive question.
See? I told you.
Do you not think that it's a desecration to have parking meters on a royal palace?
This is why I love you, Gene, because you're so consistent, and
Every year.
I agree with you, and I do have good news for you. So because of our robust increase in our income, for years I've always wanted to redefine how we manage the palace, and because as you know, DAGS takes care of the grounds, and then they manage the parking. And I've recently had discussions with Keith Regan, the new comptroller, and one of my career goals over this next administration is to reduce the parking, resurface the whole area, pull out a lot of the meters. Sorry for those of you that park here for legislature. And basically reduce that parking footprint, because every time I go to the palace and I see those ugly red cones around the palace, it just really annoys me. But I do want to address that.
It's a disgrace. It's a desecration. It's a disgrace. And by the way, Keith Regan stood right there where you are, and he says a prayer. He's a moment of silence before he goes onto the grounds, and he agrees with just what you said.
Yes.
So there's a meeting of the minds. It's now time to act.
We agree. I agree.
Thank you very much. I have Chair, one final question. It's a mahalo. Megan and others who have really helped Mauna Loa Bay. We really appreciate what you've done. Is Doker here, Jason Madura? Where's Jason? He's an invaluable member of your group, but also of our community, a man of action. I just wanted to acknowledge him and say mahalo publicly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further? Representative Woodboy.
Thank you. I know I said the last question was my last, but because the parking at Iolani Palace was brought up, I would just urge consultation with the Native Hawaiian community. I agree with the intent aesthetically wise, but we utilize that space a lot for cultural events, and I would be concerned at how that might restrict access for those things. Thank you.
No, greatly appreciate. No,
guess.
greatly appreciate. And I know I was going to say something because we had just talked about that with Kurt, and clearly, yes. I mean, there has got to be consultation with the stakeholders. So rest assured, before any decision is made, we will be consulting with the stakeholders of who utilize Iolani Palace, who have a connection to Iolani Palace. But we do make a commitment that as we move forward, whether it's Iolani Palace or any of our public lands, it is to engage the community to help us make those decisions. So thank you very much for that. I know I am like you, always one last question, but so no, thank you very much. That was a well taken point. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Director, thank you very much for your presentation. We, I had questions, but I'm going to just make a statement. So I appreciate your opening statement that you are of process more than content. And I do believe that listening to you speak today, you are of that. And the coordination between the divisions is important, as well as the community, as well as other state departments, and as well as the county. I think that wasn't brought up. Yes. And Haena is a good example of how that worked and was successful. The things that I'd like to just mention is that I think that coordination between the departments are important from the standpoint of if we are to eliminate parking at Iolani Palace, for example, that an alternative plan needs to be put in for all other plans. And this is where SHPT and coordination with them comes in, because they are somewhat of a roadblock for us to redo the Department of Health building. Okay. And that could be additional parking that we could put there. But that building is historic, so it's a problem. But that kind of, within the department, talking about those things, helping one with the other. I think having a plan, with all the things that you brought up today, and some of your funds are special funds, so a financial plan of how you're going to move forward with state parks, as far as how is that going to be funded. What are the priorities and where the resources are going to come from, even small boat harbors. At some point, we have to kind of discuss the fees that come from there. If they are, I don't believe they are what they should be, especially if they're used for commercial purposes. And even when they're used for people that are liveaboards, I think, people pay property tax on their property, and I think it doesn't even come to close to what it should be. And so how we fund all these things, there's a requirement to have a 6-year, not only financial plan, but CIP plan in everything. So I don't see that from most departments. But that should be worked on, and as far as how that going to be financed going forward. There are other things I saw that, earlier when you talked about East Kapolei and the lands there, Russell knows because I brought this up before. Earlier, originally when the plans was being put in place to put infrastructure in all the lands in the area, DLNR was not part of that discussion. So, informing us of how that has moved forward. To be able to develop those lands, infrastructure is a critical component, but they were not part of that agreement with DHHL and UH and others. There are other things that I heard during the presentation, and we'll speak more, and staff will be working with you to get more information, and your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. So with that, we're going to adjourn, and we have the Department of Ag, and we've got to finish by 12 members, so now kind of keep that in mind.
Thank you.
We're going to recess, I'm sorry, for Department of Ag. Recess. Thank you very much. Okay, members will reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefing. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Finance Committee of the House of Representatives. My name is Sharon Hurd. I'm the appointee for the chairperson position at the Department of Agriculture. Thank you for this opportunity to present an informational budget briefing. First, let me introduce the staff. I would like them to stand and be recognized when I point to them, as I call them. First, Deputy Morris Atta, who is also overseeing the Ag Loan Division at this time. Representing the Plant Industry Division, we have Darcy Oishi, Acting Branch Manager of the Plant Pest Control Branch. And we have Greg Takashima, Acting Manager of Pesticides. And I saw Jonathan Ho, Plant Quarantine Compliance Chief. Thank you. From the Agriculture Resource Division, we have Administrator Brian Cow. And I see there Kirk Psyche, the Agricultural Infrastructure Branch Manager. I guess he stood up. And I don't see Linda. No Linda. Okay. Then the the Animal Industry Division, very important, is Dr. Isaac Maeda, Administrator. And we have Todd Lowe, Branch Manager of the Aquaculture and Livestock Support Services. Quality Assurance Division, we have Dr. Leo Obaldo, Administrator, Keith Otsuka, Acting Commodities Branch Manager, and Richard Cohen, Measurement Standards Branch Manager. I should have introduced the ASO, the Administrative Services Officer, Keith Argaki. He's here today to support. And the Agricultural Development Division, we have Dr. Matthew Loke. He's the Administrator.
Good morning.
Okay, if I may, and for your reference, I would like to provide an opening statement pertaining to Hawaii Department of Agriculture and our priorities and vision. My vision is to instill an invigorated energy into the department and to be supported by the people behind me. They're the professionals in the fields, and I'm going to say the world experts on agriculture in Hawaii in their field. The pandemic exposed the dangers of relying on the mainland for 95% of our food. We have to start growing what we eat seriously and eating what we grow if we ever expect to even get close to doubling our food production. The last 3 years made it abundantly clear that Hawaii needs to start growing more of the food that we do consume. We have to start protecting our agricultural lands so that we can increase production. With this in mind, we see the necessary actions for the Hawaii Department of Agriculture include the following. HDOA is committed to actively looking for how we can support our ag producers, ranchers, farmers, instead of being known as the department that cannot. No can. I just returned from Molokai. We were there last week. It was Dr. Maeda and Brian Cow. We went there because of at the request of the Molokai farmers and ranchers who had a issue with bovine tuberculosis, and they wanted to hear what we were going to do about that. We were able to address their issues, came up with a streamlined process, perhaps, to help them address the problem. But the bottom line was there was a water issue on Molokai, and as our Administrator Brian Cow said, if we could only create water, pray for rain, a lot of the issues on Molokai that just bedevil the ranchers might be easier to solve. Just 2 weeks prior, they were told by the department that they would not be able to help them. Now that we have a path. So our department will actively partner with agricultural stakeholders to ensure their success. If our farmers and ranchers and ag producers succeed, our state succeeds. A large part of this, when we went to the Maui and when we went to Big Island yesterday, was Act 90, and I'll go into a little bit more of that. Engaging and working with our schools and community college is the only way forward to staff our department. Our personnel department is every job fair, they're out there, every opportunity that they have to engage And recently I had the opportunity to talk about the microgrants on HPR. And my closing statement, she said, "What is your closing statement?" I said, "Come work for the Department of Agriculture. We do good things. We need you." We are just so out there looking for people to come work for us. Leeward College's new Product Development Center and the potential Applied Innovation Center in Whitmore are where Hawaii's value-added future can grow to new levels, and the Department of Agriculture needs to support this new chapter by working with farmers to provide the crops that they need to allow these ventures to reach their full potential. The Department of Agriculture will work and is currently working with and collaborating with DLNR, DHHL, ADC, and other departments where agriculture can intersect to help Hawaii move forward a more sustainable and food-secure future. Our department will actively pursue opportunities to work with existing and future producers to build and provide ag housing for ag workers. We see ag housing as a great opportunity to build our agricultural workforce. Now, we understand that housing is not the kuleana of the Department of Agriculture, but we have the support of Nani Medeiros, the housing chief, and she's she's already indicated support for some of our programs that intend to increase ag housing. The department will take the responsibility to rebuild and protect our state's resources to ensure that our producers have the land and water necessary to succeed. This includes the Wahiawa Reservoir and Dam, which the appointee Dylan, our chairperson, Don Chang, already alluded to, and other resources that need to be included in our agricultural path forward. We need to help connect Hawaii producers and opportunities for food safety certification and facilities to add value to their crops. These are required steps to move Hawaii-grown products into the groceries, also to the warehouses and retailers, and also to export. Our department will help protect Hawaii's fragile environment from invasive species or projects that could harm our land, water, and the ocean. During my time here at HDOA, I was able to secure federal monies to support Hawaii agriculture. This department will double our efforts to secure as much money and resources we can to help us fund our efforts and support our farmers and Hawaii food production. Yesterday, I was on Big Island, Hawaii Island, and had the privilege and opportunity to visit with producers that are farmers, that are ranchers, that are value-added producers. And the challenges are out there, but they're not insurmountable. What we have to do is work with our producers to provide the services that they need. One thing that stood out to me was the gigantic new Hawaii farming that they are putting up. They currently do keiki cukes, and now they want to expand to doing mixed greens. And earlier, I understand you mentioned, Chairman Yamashita, about working with the different counties. This was an area where Hawaii County can work with the department. One of their challenges was back in the day, the size of the greenhouse that you could construct was limited to, let's say, nursery, floriculture type production. But now, under roof, we're doing amazing technologically advanced things that rely on larger spaces. And the county was able to work with them. The county was able to, take a look and say, yeah, you're right. The new agriculture needs to revisit our leases that we have for that type of construction. Well, we also at the department have leases that need to be reviewed, and we will take a look. So we're working with that type of attitude that we'll have to make the changes to bring our department up to speed to meet the demands of the producers out there. Our department will help protect Hawaii's fragile environment from invasive species on I did that, sorry. Also on Maui, went out to Maui, got to talk to some of your stakeholders and found that Act 90 is crucial. I mean, if our task is to increase the production of food to feed our state, and it has been for quite a long time, then we have to take the lands that we have and will be given from Act 90 and help the farmers that have been producing food consistently, managing their lands, working hard. I mean, what they've done with the lands that they've been leasing is produce food. They've done it responsibly and respectfully, and if they take that away, or if Act 90 does impact that, I think Don and I are already on track to talk about how we can work to resolve that, because they have to stay in the business of producing food. If you've done it in a responsible manner, if you've been awarded great land management practices from the federal government, then we'd be hard pressed to take that away, I believe, if our task is to increase food production. So, Hawaii Farm, oh yes, we went to Hawaii Farming LLC to see their expansion on how they're doing greenhouse type production. Part of that production process is to continually monitor the water quality, testing, to be sure that their production is meeting all the standards. It was quite alarming to me to learn that they, in order to meet their water safety standards, they have to send their water samples to the Netherlands. Now, I applaud WAM Chairperson Dela Cruz, who has been actively pursuing us going to the different places that have shown success with farming, such as New Zealand, and New Zealand has an amazing process for invasive species control, but New Zealand is not Hawaii. They don't rely so much on the tourist industry and the military as we do, but there is a way forward. So I'm thinking that if the Netherlands is so far ahead of the game in terms of what they do, and you know, frankly, they are pretty much impacted by climate change with their low-lying location. So we could learn a lot from them. So I'm thinking that maybe our staff could go out to Netherlands and check what are they doing. You know, maybe they've got something they could teach us about how we can apply their knowledge to Hawaii. So their farming is keiki, and they're going to have some packaged lettuce to help our consumers, and we don't have to buy the foreign imported product. Okay, for the past 15 years, I've had the privilege and opportunity to work with this team of professionals surrounding me. As I'm going to use Dawn's line that she used earlier today, Director Chang, and that is they have my back. You know, from Deputy Atta to every specialist assembled here, you know, they are the world's authority on agriculture in Hawaii. They know what's best for us. I'm not saying that we don't have anything to learn. We have a long, long list of things we need to learn and improve. But because of that, you know, I'm going to call on the canoe metaphor that we're all so familiar with. So I think we're all in this canoe, not only the Department of Agriculture, but it's a big canoe. But we have been given in the last few years the best paddles out there. But they were not the most state-of-the-art paddles, let's say. So now my job is to provide the resources and the means for us to go out there, state-of-the-art, all of us, paddle over to the next shore. But we do need to do that with the resources that we are asking your help in providing to us. The department has been criticized, and you know, I'm looking at Morris and saying, not you, Morris, but the department has been criticized that, you know what, the reason you don't have funding, the reason you have only less than 0.4% of the state budget is because you don't ask. The Department of Agriculture does not ask for the funding. So with the direction of the new administration, Governor Green, I've been told you need to ask. So I've done that. But with respect to the budget that's being finalized right now, there are a number of new requests that may or may not make it into the governor's formal submission on January 23rd. But there will be many, many asks. I mean, we will not be held accountable to the fact that we did not ask. You will see that happen. While I'm new to this position and new to House hearings, I have a lot to learn. That said, I can promise you that no one will work harder to support this team and Hawaii's agriculture than I will. For your convenience, I will email this priority list to each committee member, so you will have it as a reference to hold me accountable. And thank you. We'll take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're open to questions. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Chair. My question is more about ADC positions. I see it listed here, but are those positions still in your department?
No, that report that you have is that was submitted, I believe, to did you say ADC? Yeah, that was submitted. It's a mistake. That has transferred over to DBET.
I see some were transferred, but there's still 11 positions.
Let me call on our ASO,
AGR
perhaps.
171.
Oh, that's me. AGR 17
Yeah,
was my
yeah.
was my
so
former.
there's 11 positions that are still there, unless I'm seeing it wrong. I'm just
14.
wondering. Okay, I see the 14 were transferred to DBED, but I'm asking about that other 11 positions there. Is there part of ADC that's still in your agency?
Deputy? Nothing.
Not that I'm sorry. Morris Alta, appointed deputy. As far as I know, all of the ADC positions that was under the ADC budget have been transferred as of this date. The the positions that I think you're looking at are our ADD marketing positions that have existed in our department for as long as I know.
Right. There was a bill last year to move the marketing division over to DBET, but that did not move forward. Yeah. I can, let me ask our ASO if he has any additional comments.
Sure. I mean, it should
not be done with.
Okay.
All of the ADC.
Can you come up to the mic, please? We need you to come up to the mic when you're speaking. Thank you.
So all of the ADC positions were transferred. There should be no other positions in the department
Okay.
that are ADC positions.
I might be just seeing it wrong.
Is it ADD that we're looking at?
Well, you know, agricultural development. I don't know the difference. Agribusiness, I guess, is different but from
Yes.
ag development. I see. Okay, I read it wrong.
Thank you.
But I have a question on the housing part.
Yes.
Because many people have approached me about housing for the workforce on the farm, especially large farms, because it keeps employees there readily available, but it also helps with security of
Absolutely.
the farm. So what do we need legislatively to help that happen? Or can it happen?
Starting my third week on the,
I know,
as
I'm
the
sorry.
appointee, I know there's stuff we can do. We can do things, but I think more than that, we need collaboration. We need agreement. An example, when I was at Hawaii Farming yesterday, they need a lot of staff. They need a lot of, if ag theft does affect their operation, it's going to be devastating, right? So what they're doing is they're taking some of the infrastructure that they had, moving it over to their expansion project, and the space that's freed up, they're talking about ag worker housing. They've already, because they're private, they've already purchased homes in the city, in the Hilo town that is near the location. They've purchased, I think, 3 different private homes to house the key people. But the county, they're going to the county now to get permits to do like dormitory housing. And so that's the kind of thing Hawaii County's doing. You know, maybe we can learn from that. Our Ag Resource Management has proposed a project to the legislature for several years. It was a Kunia Ag Park, and that 25 ag lots is supported by housing in the back. But the criticism, of course, is that we're not housing. So approaching Nani, Housing Chief Nani, she says that she will support that, anything she has to do. It's really a brilliant plan. It's to have the ag lots in front, the housing in the back, to buffer against the potential smells and noises that might be created by the farming operation. So we kind of need that type of project to move forward. And also, to your point about security, there's farmers that actually rent little cots and they sleep on the perimeter of their property because of ag theft and feral pig damage. So those are the kinds of things we need to address and provide housing for.
Right. Okay, so I'm guessing it can be done without legislation, actually.
Let me call on Brian Cow, Administrator of Ag Resource. He's been on this for years. Does it need legislation?
Brian Cowell, Administrator, Agricultural Resource Management Division. The housing issue that that we can deal with is for the lands that specifically are transferred to the Department of Agriculture. If you're talking about a broader issue, agricultural farm housing for statewide, then I believe that's also an issue that needs to be addressed at the county level. Zoning, for instance, could be an
Zoning
issue.
permits.
Yeah, because a lot of times the parcel could be a very large parcel, like A40, and depending on that, you could potentially like build for example, one structure on that land for farm worker housing. Maybe there's an opportunity to dive into that and see if there's a way to expand that or something. You know, it is an issue that we have had in some of our ag parks that have county zoning that's larger than our typical 5-10 acre ag parks. So that's something that we can deal with on our level, but on a statewide level, it's probably a bigger issue.
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Ward?
Thank you for your presentation, Madam Chair. I like your enthusiasm. I like to see that you say that they have your back, and I think they have your side. I've never seen a deputy director come and sit next to the president. This is unique. So you're not afraid to think out of the box, it looks like, right?
I'm just copying what Don did earlier, Director Don.
Okay, it was impressive. My question, the first question is, what % of the food that we grow do we eat? I forget how you put it. We got to increase the amount of food we grow and eat it, but what is the goal? What we have, and then what do we want to have? What is the projection?
Right now, the number is a sliding number. They're saying that we produce anywhere from 80 to 95, we do not produce anywhere from 80 to 95% of what we eat. That is the portion that's imported. And as far as the percentage of what we want to do, that's a slippery slope, right, Representative Ward? Because we need baselines. What we did previously, and I'm going to call on Administrator Matthew Loke in a minute, is we tried to determine the number by commodities. We'll probably never meet the rice quota. You know, we'll probably never do that. We'll probably never produce enough beverages, you know, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, but we can go to the perimeter of the supermarket, you know, where the produce starts, and then the meats, then the dairy, and then you come up with the deli foods. I think we can tackle that by commodity. There is a report that shows where we've made big progress. And believe it or not, it's kale. We've just zoomed with kale. I work with the Hawaiian Coast Comprehensive on their Eat Local Challenge. One year they did kale. And I said to Alicia, kale? And she said, yeah, 4 times. They quadrupled their consumption of kale. Next year, she went with beets. I said, Alicia, beets? And she said, yep, everybody's going to eat beets. Guess what? Same result. 4 times the amount of beets started production. The people on the west side, the Eat Local Challenge has created a real demand for the food that we can produce and that we can eat. So the Venn diagram that I often talk about is to put together the food that we grow and the food that we eat. And the more you mesh them together, that sweet spot, that's sustainability. That means we're growing what we're eating. So the microgrant program that we just finished, the second round of it, that's the intent. It's to increase the quantity and quality of locally grown food in food insecure communities. So that particular project didn't really attack it by commodity, but it did say, if you eat this food, here's money to grow it. So that's the kind of programs that we're doing.
Speaking of commodities, don't we have almost self-sufficiency in tomatoes, papayas?
I'm going to call
Close?
this is a good segue for Matthew. Good segue for
I thought
Matthew.
tomatoes was Big Island, pretty robust. Where's Matthew? So we're not self-sufficient in anything then?
Pineapples.
Oh, okay, pineapple. Corporate agriculture. Okay.
Good morning. Matthew Loke, Administrator, Ag Development Division. Thank you for that very good question. I'd like to start out with saying that in 2021, we produced approximately $593 million worth of agricultural products at the farm gate level. Our top commodity is seed crops at about $107 million, or 18% of the total value.
Which kind of crops did you say?
Seed crop. Seed crop.
Seed
crop. So it's the Seeds like
Oh, seeds. Oh, the corn guys. Okay.
the
Okay, got
corn
it.
and the soybean.
Seed crops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bayer.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So that's 18%. And it is an input to agriculture production. So it's not directly a seed crop, sorry, a food crop, sorry. And then we also have a big sector for floriculture that I would think would account for about 12%. So 18 plus 12, about 30% we cannot eat. So the remaining 70% of crops produced or commodities produced, we can consume and eat them. The other thing is that I'd like to point out is that we have a listing of top 20 commodities, and the top 20 commodities account for 75% of total value of farm at the farm gate level.
Okay. Now, can I shift now to the demographics of your farmers? Brian always tells us that the farmers are average age of 60 years old, and the young guys don't want to do it because they're not making any money. Do you have any demographics and income stuff that incentivizes this rather than, I know we hype it, but sometimes we don't give you guys the money, and a lot of the young people are not going to make any money. Even, I remember when the mayor of Kauai was here, he said even the biggest taro farmers are on Kauai, and they're barely breaking even. Now, this was a number of years ago. So are we pushing something that we can't actually back up with substantive growth, economic development, having money as an incentive?
I
In
see
other
your-
words, what's the
yeah.
demographic? Is it just the old guys and the new guys don't want it, or
I
what?
see. Good question, Representative Ward. The demographic, just recently reported by the National Agricultural Statistics Service, is that 93% of our farms on Hawaii, we have about 7,000 farms, 93% of them are small family-owned farms. The other 7% are what they call medium to very large farms, defined as $250,000 or less revenue per year for a small family farm, and then everybody else. So the thing to take away from this for me was, although it's 93% versus 7%, they produce 50% of the food for the state. The small family farms produce 50%, the large, medium to large farms produce 50%. So what does that tell me? We have to support them equally. They deserve our support because they share the burden equally. Now, regarding the age of the farmer, I'm thinking that Act 90 will be key to that. The lands, Director Don and I are meeting later today to talk about Act 90 and to see what is going on with Act 90, get up to speed. The thing I want to say about Act 90 is the lands that get transferred over will require some funding for infrastructure, land clearance, land
Sorry,
management.
Madam, what is Act 90?
Act 90 was about 17 years ago, 15 years ago, where the lands from DLNR were identified to be transferred over to the Department of Agriculture so they could get into farming production.
Not the cattlemen's beef with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, same one.
Same one. The thing about Act 90 is that although it's currently under DLNR, let's talk Access Deer. Okay, so Access Deer is the Kuleana of DLNR. And so what Director Chang and I are trying to do is tear down the silo that says Access Deer is the responsibility of DLNR. What are you doing about it? What we're trying to do is say Access Deer affects agriculture in a tremendous level. Our farmers and ranchers are just being pummeled with the effects of this Access Deer. So for the Department of Agriculture to make deaf ear and say, well, that's DLNR's problem, it doesn't make sense because it is Ag's problem as well. So what we're trying to do is the lands that are coming over from DLNR to Department of Ag through Act 90, we're seeking some funding so that when we get them, we're not handing over this to the new farmers that, the process is, of course, bid. We want to give them something that they can have a start with. They don't have to buy a knife. Make the land so that they can work it, get started. And for what it's worth, the farmers and ranchers are the best stewards of land management. They have been doing a fantastic job when they had the lease.
The cattlemen I've spoken to say that they can expand if they can get the land. And
Absolutely.
that's where this issue seems to be stuck. In other
Right.
words, they can actually increase their income and we can increase our consumption.
I hope they spoke to you more calmly than they spoke to me. I mean, it's like they've been producing
there are some
food.
cowboys left.
Yeah. They have been producing food for the state for decades. They have been giving us food to eat for, in some cases, you know, I won't say 100 years, but a long time. And for us to go back to them and say, thank you very much for your service. We're going to now move this lands over to another, repurpose it. I think it's not right. I think they have a right to be angry. If we want to increase food production, we need to increase food production and not take away lands from the people that are currently successfully providing food to the people of Hawaii.
True. But Madam Director, the demographics, the age and the income, are they
Yeah.
old and poor? That sometimes the impression is. What is their average age and their average income of your farmers? This is very important to know.
Yeah, I think it's different for the ranchers and also to the legacy type farmers, but,
Those small guys below.
do you know?
No, it's just part of the
Oh,
general.
okay. Nationally, it's 65. I think Hawaii is doing about a little older than that. I think our average farmer is about 68.
68 demographically.
Mhm.
of a
And
small farmer.
farmers.
Average income?
Average income? Geez, I don't know. What they do is, I do have a census I can refer to, Representative Warren. May I get back to you on that?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Because if we're going to promote something, we got to give a structure of incentives to say that, you know, here's what we can do for land and water, but also here's some of the income, and you can have models or role models, and I'm not sure that they're out there, and we should provide them if they are out there. Because it's not easy being a farmer. And if you're going to be one, you shouldn't kind of, how would you say, glorify it if it's not being realistic about what they can expect.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have said that it's a nice thing that the veterans are now being supported to move into farming. There's many programs afoot because they both know, they both work when nobody else is looking, farmers and soldiers. They know what hard work is.
I mean, Hawaii's traditionally been very successful in farming, but it's been corporate farming. And you said, even though it's 7%, half of the farming or the farming production is that 7%. Should we go back to corporate ag? Are you promoting corporate ag or individual?
Again, it's 50%. I think that the corn, for instance, talking to a farmer on, I think it was Maui. Anyway, they are reliant. They're asking the corn seed companies to provide them the feed to help them provide the corn seed so they can have corn, just like, you know, it was Maui because they were showing me a corn silo that was on the property in the distance. They were saying that used to be full of corn, and the ranchers could feed their crops, feed their cows with the corn from there, but that's no longer happening. So they're relying on the corn company on island to help them grow the corn so they can once again be, have something else when the grass is not growing. Something like that, a second thing. But they're also working with the seed companies to provide the seed companies are giving them the culls, the husks, things like that, so they can use that for protein as well. So it's a collaboration. The seed companies are not, they support ag in many different ways.
Thank you. I have a coffee question, but I'll wait till later.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kahaloa.
Mahalo, Chair.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Director. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on your nomination. I had a question about federal funding. It's great that you spoke to the need and the opportunity there with bringing down more federal funding. Finance Committee always loves to hear putting effort into matching or bringing other federal funds into our budgets to help support agriculture. Question is, what is the plan to accomplish that? Do you have staffing for grant writers? Tell us a little bit more about that process to ensure that we can get more federal funding for ag in Hawaii.
Thank you for the question, Representative Kahaloa. It gives me a chance to talk about the request that we've made for this session to fund. Thank you. Last session, the legislature funded 2 vacant positions with federal funds. Okay, but the ask is this year for an actual position. The betrayal kind of is, yeah, we got grant funding, but the work begins there. You need the staffing to administer, write the contract, draw down the funds from the federal government, close contracts, write the reports. So you do need staffing to do that function. There's been talk about, contracting that function out. I don't like that. I think we have the staffing, one thing that is, I haven't brought this up yet to the administrators, and I hope they don't mind me bringing it to your attention, is we need to have more staff in every division that is procurement delegation and contract generation compliant. We need everybody to know, and more people, as many people as we can get, who know how to administer a contract, how to draw down, and in defense of that process that you're referring to, the reason we need to have more people is the federal government keeps changing the rules. They switched recently. Darcy was our coordinator for something called Easy Fed Grants, how you draw money down. Not easy, okay? So they transitioned just recently, just this past December, last month, to a new system called Grant Solutions. It's easier, but we have to get up to speed. If we want to draw down funds, and we have to learn the system and work with our ASO on, his staff is super duper in helping us watch for the funds to come into the account. So all those processes may require training every so often. So to have a cadre of people that are skilled and know what they're doing is very, very important. There's talk of doing this at the what we call the administration level, my level, the executive level, but also to have somebody in every division who can do this, who can post, who can draw down funds from the feds, who's able to procure, So that's what we're doing. We're trying that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Alcos.
All right, thank you, Chair. One of my questions is, I grew up on a plantation land at Eva. Family home that we live is two housing. My parents' mortgage was probably about $1 or under $10, to help the farmers out there with getting the low pay. How can ag help the farmers to build a plantation home like Doe Cannery, like Oahu Sugar did? How can we get into, because individually the farmers cannot build one city or some kind of home in it. Is there a way that we can partner up with farmers in our community to build something like a plantation home that would be cheap, or something or you guys have something like that could help the farmers out?
We can certainly work with Housing Chief Nani to move that plan forward. The counties have a lot of control over what that is, but what we can do is work with our leases. Try to make our leases more understandable to the new farmers, try to make our leases more applicable to the current situation. And one thing I will say is, I read a lease. One of your constituents, Chairman Yamashita, brought his lease to our meeting and went line by line, and he's right. There are some things on the lease that don't apply to him. So why is it in there? So what we can do in an effort to make it more accessible to the new farmer, the family that wants to farm, is to make the terms without stepping on the land management laws that we have, without creating a situation where we have gentleman farmers all over the state, without avoiding that particular potential problem. We can work the lease. We can say, one of the things that the constituent mentioned was, if possible, can you make a lease specifically for ranchers? Some ranchers want to farm, some farmers want to ranch, but a one-shop lease that's supposed to fit everybody's needs is no longer the way to go in the current place that we are today. So if I want to ranch, I promise you I'm not going to grow food. Give me a lease that I can live with. So maybe that will move some of the housing situation, make a lease.
Another question. In the ag land, how many ag land you guys get is vacant, and how many of the land on all the islands? Let's assume there's a because I get some constituents want to purchase some ag land. Is there a lot of ag land access out there, or how much of them is already purchased out? And
That's a question we're tackling with, but I'll ask the deputy or Brian, which would be more likely to have an answer.
Brian, do you have statistics? You have the statistics, vacancies? Let me look it up for a second.
the reason why I ask is if 95% is being imported and maybe 50% of the land is being already farmed or agged, you know, we don't have much land to grow.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the reason for Act 90 to be enacted by the legislature something like 17 years ago. It's just taken that long for the transition, and it is frustrating. The community is frustrated. And today, we're meeting with the DLNR and DHOA, or HDOA meeting, and we're going to get a list. We're going to get a list of all the lands that are being transferred over, and I've asked for it by county, by the way, so we can tackle it by county. Go ahead.
I can give some more. I can give you some kind of generalized information about the vacancies. Basically, most of the lands under the jurisdiction and management of the department are leased or occupied and being used for agriculture. There are some in our ag park programs. Most of our ag park parcels are leased out. There are a couple ag parks that have vacancies, partially, I would say, but mostly due to the fact that they're not as desirable as other ag parks are. I think most of our ag parks are pretty much 100% booked out or close to that because state ag park lands are very desirable farming lands because they're reasonable in terms of leasing prices. And the two ag parks that I can think of that have challenges are like, I believe Pahoa has soil and land conditions which can only sustain certain kinds of agriculture. There's caves that limit heavy equipment and things like that. Soil conditions it's very volcanic and rocky, and so they're not prime agricultural type lands. I think Waianae had some challenges with regards to similar types of issues. And usually those are the reasons why vacancies exist. But for the most part, the Ag Park program is nearly 100% leased out. Our Act 90 transfer lands, I believe our vacancy levels are pretty low as well because most of the lands that have come over from DLNR or are in the process of being transferred from DLNR come over with leases and ag activity already on it. And so we're inheriting agricultural operators for the most part, and they come over because they've been determined to be suitable for ag activity. So if you're talking about the inventory of state-managed, state-controlled lands, there's very limited vacancies and vacant lands. If you're talking about the entire spectrum of public and private lands, there's a lot of open agricultural lands out there and agricultural zone lands that are managed by other agencies other than DOA. That people may be looking at and thinking, why isn't farm activity going on those? But you have to look at those, on a case-by-case basis. And from our perspective, we're managing lands as leases, as opposed to maintaining an inventory of lands that are available for sale, because it's very difficult, if not impossible, to sell public lands for even for farming. So if your friends or clients are looking for lands to purchase, they have to look at the private sector for available lands.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any further questions? Observer Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Isn't most of the land in Hawaii labeled conservation and not farming?
Could you repeat the question?
Most of the land use commission and the designation, aren't most of the lands designated as conservation?
I believe the agricultural classification is actually larger.
Is it?
And the reason for that is because when the zoning classifications were created, oftentimes when the decision making was made with regards to determining which lands go into which classification, the urban and rural and conservation was pretty clear about, what those lands were. But everything else that was questionable was just by default thrown into agricultural zoning. And it obviously included all the agricultural zone lands, but it also included a lot of things like hillsides, mountainside, streams, cliffs, everything that was by default difficult to classify was thrown into ag. So the numbers for the ag classification is huge.
Okay, so we do have enough ag land to do what otherwise your goals are to increase production. I think that's what my colleague's question was about. You have enough land that's fertile enough. The irony of that is, and this goes back to my studies at UH, the most fertile land is the Eva Plain, where he represents. But what did we do with the Eva Plain? Put houses on it instead of ag. Now, I know that's a lot of political and county sort of stuff, but those are the kind of things when we do have an ag policy, we shouldn't have ag on the bad lands, but on agricultural lands. That's kind of kapakahi, to say the least.
So
now to my coffee question. Is there a coffee expert? The Kona Coffee Wars. I want to have an update if somebody's got them. Madam.
The Kona Coffee Wars, could you?
You know, the percentage, we should up it to.
Oh, yes. I'm going to call on our Quality Assurance Division Administrator, Leo Obaldo, who oversees the commodities branch and labeling.
Leo Obaldo, Acting Administrator, Quality Assurance Division. So just to rephrase your question, Representative Ward, you're asking for an update on coffee labeling?
Yes.
So we have Act 222, which is basically mandating the Department of Agriculture to conduct an independent economic study to change the 10% labeling to 51%. And the update on that is we just have the money release, which is basically 100 but less 10%. So we have about 90%, $90,000 from $100,000 to do the economic study. So we had 3 meetings with the industry, Hawaii Coffee Association, Hawaii Farmers Union, Hawaii Farm Bureau, and other members that represents the coffee industry regarding the scope of work. So we did have a scope of work, and we're in the process of packaging an RFP.
So no data on the study, and when would you expect something?
The law that was passed is supposed to generate the information and the data by the end of this year, by December 31st.
Okay. Madam Director, world-renowned Kona Coffee, what are we doing to incentivize the expansion of it? Is there any programs to get more Kona Coffee? Because everybody in the world knows about it, demands it, and are we leveraging it?
What we're doing is we're taking the Kona Coffee, giving the Kona Coffee industry, as well as all coffee industries, all the different regions, an opportunity to participate in the now resuming of trade shows globally. The Kona Coffee, Hawaii Coffee Association has been participating in several of our trade shows successfully. The Kona Coffee industry, Suzanne Schreiner, is in terms of export piece, which Kona Coffee was just recently, they self-funded a study to put genetic markers to identify Kona Coffee as a genuine Kona Coffee, which was a tremendous experience for them. It's a big cost. But now they have a method. They have a method to identify, is this coffee Kona Coffee? So that is something that the Kona Coffee Farmers Association has done. We are giving them the opportunity to take that study to trade shows and festivals and let the world know that, this is pretty good. This is the best coffee in the world. Take a taste. So I guess Kona Coffee, because of COVID, they used to have a yearly and annual cupping contest. And Kona Coffee has always been, really scored very well. So what we're doing is we're supporting the Kona Coffee Farmers Association. I'm going to be speaking at their convention 2 months from now, I believe. supporting their efforts to get legislation changed for 51%. But we cannot forget the other coffees, all the other regions that produce coffee. Ka'u.
In fact, on that note, what is the total export of all coffees from the state of Hawaii? What's the dollar amount? Do you have that figure? And is it growing?
We do have the figure. I don't have it with me, and I could get it to you.
Could you do that?
I can. I can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Similarly, like the other departments, can you get that information to the committee and we'll send it out to the members?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Any further questions? Okay, good job. Okay, we're gonna thank you for coming, and we look forward to working with you this session. And we're gonna recess for our 1:30 with the Lieutenant Governor. Recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene our Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefings. Next up is the Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I remember back in end of April, I was sitting right there and I was having some emotion about having it to be the last hearing that I will conduct. And so it is with great pleasure for me to return in this capacity. And thank you to many of the freshman legislators. Congratulations, especially I look at the freshman class and I have so much hope for the state and the potential of what you could do. Today I'm presenting the testimony on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor's office, and with me I have all the staff here who are on island. We have one person who is traveling right now. So let me introduce, first of all, Riley is my Chief of Staff. Thank you, Finance, for allowing me to take him. And Julie, who is my Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you, Finance. And Sunshine is my Office Manager. We have Jarrett, Finance Train, and Alyssa, also Finance Train. Audric, thank you, Finance. And Michelle, everybody knows Michelle. She is the Special Assistant. And behind you have Kaleo. We actually poached him from the city and county of Honolulu, so we try to make sure that we don't poach everybody from finance. But we have left behind a great number of staffers because we couldn't do that to you folks. You had to still have a good team. And so what I want to do is I wanted to make sure that any of you folks, if you need help, if you have questions, feel free to call each and any of them. The fact that I have staff members who are very knowledgeable about the budget, about state government, is so important. And that's so important, not just what we do, it's so important in state government. So let me give you an example. As you know, I'm not going to go through my budget testimony. We're asking for 6 additional positions. And the reason for that is the way we are tackling our duties and the way that the state government should tackle any duties is reimagine or think about why you're providing the service and who you're providing it for. So I'm going to just bore you a little bit of one of my statutory duties. I've always thought the lieutenant governor's position did one thing, it's name change. The first day I got in, and it was a full day on Tuesday after inauguration, my staff and I quickly found out there are potentially like 4 administrative duties. So in addition to name change, we also hand stamp all administrative rules. So Riley is getting carpal tunnel from hand stamping January 17 on thousands of pages. That's something that we got to change later. And the other thing that we have to do is for compliance with sunshine and notice requirement, they hand carry these notices down to the Capitol. And think about it. During a time when the Capitol was closed, that was our office's duty to go and hand carry these things. So the thing that my staff, because they came from here and they came with the training that, hey, we have to think about why we do things. It's not because we've been doing it the way it is. And I think it frustrates every single one of you when you ask people, why do you do what you do? Well, it's because that's how it's always been done. That should not be an acceptable answer. What we should do is think about why you're doing it and how do you effectively provide the service. So even notice, should it be at the Capitol where we hand post it, or should it be on our website, or look at other ways of giving sunshine notice? So the last thing that I'm gonna leave is we found out we had to do what's known as an apostle. So that's an apostle with a T. So apostle is is a document that you take to a foreign country. So say that you have to go and adopt a child, or say that you have a funeral and you have to settle all the things in a foreign country. In order for you to go there, if they require you to have a birth certificate or like a document of a deed or anything, you have to be bringing a document certified by the Lieutenant Governor's office. So the cost of the apostille, I will ask you, how much do you think it is to get a document from the Lieutenant Governor's office? And some of you guys know the answer because I complained to you guys about it. But for those of you, without cheating, let me know what, give me a guess. Yes, Representative Lamosal. You kind of hang.
I was trying to give that.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Lamosal. What is the answer?
Is it $1 per page?
No,
Of your.
it's very partially correct.
Okay.
Because it's $1 per application. It's $1 per application, and later on, I have a bill, thanks to the chair of the Finance Committee, who will be adjusting not just the pay, but about how it's done, how the documents are given to the public. So it's $1 an application. So imagine this. It takes $1, but guess what? Because we are the state of Hawaii in Lieutenant Governor's office, this is how it's always been done. We don't accept e-checks. We don't accept credit cards. The only way you can give an application over to us is cash or cashier's check. So if you're not a lucky member of the Aloha Unite or Aloha Federal Credit Union or whatever credit union where it's nothing, you gotta go to Bank of Hawaii, spend $15 to get a cashier's check for $1 cashier's check to send over to my office a stack of documents with postage with $1 application fee. So I get this application, so I give it to them. Oh, what do we do with it? Okay, so they go through it. Oh, there's all these things wrong, including you forgot to fill out your cashier's check. So it's $1 instead of saying, okay, it's from D. Morikawa. So guess what happens next? I gotta send it back. And guess how much it is to send it back? It's a little bit more than $1. Where does that money come from? It comes from our office. But then it tells you why you need accounting, you need transparency, you gotta figure out why you're doing it. The reason why I bring this up is because it's a small example of us trying to imagine what state government could be if you just kind of think back, step back and go, what are we trying to do? This affects so many people because, you know, individually, people need to have the paperwork if they want to settle their debt, go through adoption, have other type of businesses. These documents are important to them, and we as state government got to think about how do we transition state government to the 21st century so we become responsive and we become accessible to make sure that it's there for individual. So why can't we charge? Just because there's a 35% fee, doesn't matter. We'll spring the 35%. If we're gonna end up charging you $5, who cares at that point? So we have to just reimagine and not just take for granted what it is. And it's a long way of saying you, as legislators, have a responsibility of that task. State governments cannot because they have to think within their silos. They have to think within their departments. But you and I, because I have the ability to oversee many of the departments and divisions, but you are the only ones in this entire state who can reach beyond state government jurisdiction, think and reimagine and fix government the way it should. So it's a long way of saying, I'm very proud of you guys, and I'm very, instead of, without sounding motherly and patronizing. I am very proud of you guys because you are one of 76 who can reimagine government for the general public. Today, I had the pleasure of rolling out Ready Keiki. And Ready Keiki, we recently just sent over an additional documents for Ready Keiki. Ready Keiki is an aggressive plan to spend $200 million to build pre-K classroom. The reason why some of these folks who are not my staff are here today is because they are some of the many partners who've been involved with the Ready Keiki. So we have Alan Oshima, SFA, Scott Fuji, SFA, we have Yuko, and we have Jordana Lane of EOEL, we have Sherry of HEE, and many others. If you look at the last slide of what we presented, there are so many other divisions that have been working on this program. This is the kind of the crowning jewel that the legislature in 2020 passed. In 2022, thanks to the efforts of many of you, some of you, many of you, we were able to set aside a huge investment, a one-time investment of record amount to build out pre-K. I don't have to tell you how important pre-K is for not just kids, but it's important for workforce, it's important for the future child development. The exciting thing about this pre-K approach is it's multifaceted, it's mixed delivery. So we're not only trying one thing, we're not only doing Executive Office of Early Learning, we're just gonna build out as many early learning classrooms in the elementary school. We're doing everything. So it's Executive Office of Early Learning, and then we charge the charter school. If charter schools can build, let's get charter schools to build. It's not just charter school. We asked the University of Hawaii and DOE high schools and said, okay, if we can get preschools as a teaching pathway, let's do preschools on UH campuses. Let's do preschools at high schools to be a certification program. Let's do let's do preschools at libraries. Let's do preschools at areas that we have never imagined. So the discussions that we've been having for the last 4 months have just exponentially gained in interest throughout the islands. I think the most exciting thing is the county coordinators. Every county has now committed to joining this effort and helping this cause, including for Kauai, it's not a county coordinator. Kauai mayor has taken this in-house, so Kauai mayor's office is directly involved in this approach. You know, one of the things I did want to apologize to you folks, I know EOEL came in front of you, and I know SFA came in front of you. I know Preschool Open Doors came in front of you, and I know some of the answers you may have thought, hey, you know what, they're not really telling the full story. It's because a lot of them were waiting for this moment, and they were being deferential to me, to their detriment. Because they knew that, hey, you know what, she is going to do the rollout on the 17th. So they were being deferential. And because of that, you know, my apologies to you folks, my apologies to some of the things that they had to endure, not just in finance, but in WAM. So I will have to also justify, okay, why they could not provide some of the answers. But I'm here to say, hey, if you have any questions, I'm excited about this program. I'm excited about this role. I am just thrilled that just over a month of being in this office, we've been busy and we are even struggling to find time, but we come to work every day thinking, boy, you know, we have an opportunity to change the state, change government and change the world, and we can do it right in this room. So I'm going to stop there and then entertain any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the most exciting LG briefing I've ever had.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Really
Okay,
high
members, we're
bar.
going to open up to questions. Oh, you did a good job.
What? No questions. Oh.
Okay, Representative Nishimoto.
Lieutenant Governor.
Representative Nishimoto, I didn't know you were part of this committee. Is the representative a stand-in today?
Stop there.
Any other questions?
Hey, refresh my recollection. At your inauguration, was it the house is dead to you or just got psyched? Which one was it? Because it'll make a difference on your request.
No, I think, especially you didn't want to hug me.
No, in all seriousness,
Yeah.
could you go over your 5 position requests you have?
Okay, the reason why he's saying 5 instead of 6, I keep trying to poach his staff. Taylor Date is one of the most hardworking individuals, and how much do you pay her right now? Because I can match that if the chairs give me the position that I need.
No question, no further questions.
But all seriousness, for myself, we have 9 people on staff, and we fully utilize. We don't. The way that we don't look at state government in silos, I don't look at my staff in silos. So sometimes when you visit my office, you're gonna see Riley, who is the chief of staff, in the front answering phones, and they will mingle their jobs, and they will sub in for each other, and that's how we function as a team, and that's how we function in finance as well. Except Alyssa, because we can't imagine doing what Alyssa does, because she's the budget person. It's like trying to do Nan's work. But everybody else, on all the policy things, everybody is up to speed. In the past, I think one individual was in charge of name change and apostle. Mostly that falls on Sunshine, but it was important if we wanted to revamp name change and apostle for the entire office to be aware of the struggles of getting this done, so anybody can fill in for each other. And because they are being fully utilized, and because thanks to the governor, we are taking on not just early learning, we're also taking on broadband, and we may be taking on other issues as well. The more staff and the more things that you assign us to do, we are eager to do them, and we are fully aware of this responsibility. And as somebody who's been in your position, in the future, if we think we're not going to need it, we will clearly voluntarily recommend that it gets deleted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Any further? Yes,
Representative
Representative Lamasal.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, LG, for being here today. I'm just so excited about your modernization vision for the Lieutenant Governor's office, because I remember when I first visited you and you showed me the bunch of paperwork. So I just had question about your budget, and just wanted to know if what you have budgeted is sufficient enough to do the modernization for your paperwork.
Yeah. So currently, I'm gonna be completely honest. Even for this fiscal year, everybody, because we had to get up to speed, and then we have to make sure that we hire quality staff. Alyssa really did a good job trying to manage. We don't have enough money to make payroll, even for the the fiscal year ending in 2023. So what I tasked them to do is ensure that all the staff gets paid. But then, we had to cancel some contract, including a contract to take care of plants. So all our plants got repossessed one day. One day somebody knocked on our door vigorously and came in, and they're like, okay, you guys didn't pay the contract to take care of the plants, so we're gonna repossess all the plants. We don't have money for that, so we just gotta bring our own plants. So if you folks have plants in your home, you would like to volunteer to give it to us. We don't have state-funded plants like apparently the governor's office, because those got repossessed. So because of that, we're trying to work it in, but I made sure that staff got paid. So the only person who might not get paid for a few months would be me. So I may have to go and do extra work somewhere. Not just kidding. Yeah. But I'm not kidding about my salary, but.
Wow.
Yes, Representative Kayla.
Okay, I'm going to give up my job.
Acknowledged by Chair Yamashita. Mahalo, LG, for coming down here. And I was looking at your budget, and being that I constantly get mistaken for security, I did not see my car getting paid for under your budget. So if you can expand my car to fall under you folks, since I'm mistaken as security, that's great. But no, I appreciate your commitment, I think, to our House body. It's no secret that I have a great working relationship with you, and the fact that the 2 times I've reached out to you to have staff present at a meeting, you fulfilled both. And you've been in my community twice since you've been elected.
Yeah.
And I think that's such a privilege for District 44 to see the executive branch in our community. So I can't say thank you enough for the work that you continue to do in that office. And I hope in EOL Learning Out that you do have a line item to teach them comedy as well in the future for our preschoolers. So humor should be at the front and foremost. And I hope you teach that course.
Yeah. And use me as a resource. I know as the Ready Keiki early learning program gets rolled out, and then more attention is focused, and some of the schools might be in your district. As that happens, you're gonna get questions from your district. Use this as a resource. I think Representative Poi Poi, we have I think there's a school potential site in your district. So we might be working with you individually to do additional rollouts or additional press conferences specifically in your district. So we'll be in touch as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here in person.
Thank you for being here from the beginning.
I think I need to take that course.
And listening intently. Yeah, I know you listened from the very beginning. Yeah.
I'm really impressed, because my comeback would be, one of your DOT persons was lobbying me to get this gas tax into my mind, so everybody who drives, particularly from the west side, is going to pay per mile. And I just couldn't understand it, and I kept asking him questions, and my apologies because I'm late, but it's because your administration was lobbying me to make sure that we pay more to drive our cars. Unless you got an EV like some other people that I can't afford to be. Having said that, I really appreciate you being here, and I know that we miss Kyle, even though you're the chair. We do miss her because of some of her very pointed questions. I don't have pointed questions so much as your portfolio is early learning, and what else was there, and how flexible will the governor be with your talents related to this particular finance committee?
Yeah, so the governor has already authorized me to lead the efforts for preschool expansion, and we are coining that as Ready Keiki. And the second thing is just as complicated, it's broadband expansion. So we're gonna need expertise in those 2 fields, and that's the reason why we're asking for additional positions as well.
Are there any other areas that you will excel at?
So right now, the governor has authorized me to tackle those two things, but of course, anything that the legislature requires me to do, whether by statute or at your suggestion, I am more than willing to do it.
So you may come and lobby some bills, or?
Yes,
would
I
you-
am planning to
This is not
lobby.
your last appearance.
No. I'm planning to lobby for every bill that we're interested in because we want to make sure they pass.
I look forward to seeing you again and showing up on time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Representative Kobayashi?
How much to water plants?
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
How much was that?
that's a,
Yeah.
that's a joke.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I guess the 1990s, there was a proposal to take the name change function away from the lieutenant governor and give it to AG. Jokingly, that was met with a comment, well, if that happens, what will the lieutenant governor do? But I think it's still a good idea.
Yeah.
That is,
Yeah.
name change, was and is extraneous and only assigned to the lieutenant governor because that was a function of the old Secretary of State when we were a territory. So clean up, your office.
Yeah, so I was going to spare you the explanation around name change, but now that Representative Kobayashi opened the door, I am going to take 5 minutes of your time and explain. No, 5 minutes. Explain, or it could be 1 minute, explain the problems behind name change. As Representative Kobayashi stated, the name change operation does not properly belong in the LG's office. But because it is so messed up and there are potential for improvement, what we would like to do is bring it up to a point where we clean it up. We think it's not reasonable for us to give another agency a process that's not workable. So let me just quickly tell you why. A name change, in order to do a name change in the state of Hawaii, takes 75 manual steps because you gotta check against criminal record check, you gotta check against deeds, other things, right? Part of the process is 50% of the name change applications are done wrong. You can do it online, but you can't go back. So say that you filled something out and you put, instead of Kirsten, you put your application as Kristen and you go, okay, I gotta, go back. You can't go back in the online application. So number one. And then say that your baby needed help, and then so you go and then leave and come back. You get timed out in an hour. You only have an hour to fill out the application. So because it's so frustrating to fill out an online application, what do most people do? They come to our office manually. The other thing is, in order to make sure that the name change is valid, you have to do a Star Advertiser notice publication. But with the dwindling subscription of Star Advertiser, name change applications are now costing in the upwards of $600, of which $500 is because of the notification. If that's the case, wouldn't it make more sense to either do online as a substitution or put it on the LG's website as a substitution? The other thing is, even if we were to complete, you're one of those individuals who's successfully been able to go through the 75% manual step, and then we say, congratulations, Mr. Garrett, now you're gonna be called something else. We are the only state, because name change is something that over time you go, oh, I think we're supposed to do it like this. You keep tweaking. We're the only state that does it like this. So say that you change your name, like Kyle, he wants to change his name to the best thing that happened to Maui. So the next person who runs against him, they gotta go, oh, I'm running against the best thing that happened to Maui. And so he goes to Nevada and say, I'm Mr. the best thing that happened to Maui. Vegas will look at that and go, that's not valid, because it may not be recognized in another state. So can you imagine somebody who spent $600 waiting for several months because we gotta go through all these steps and come to find out it's not even recognized, because most of the state, the judiciary does it. So in as much as we like to give things to the judiciary, we wanna make sure we clean it up, have a good online service, make sure that, you know, the filing fee and everything else in order before we turn it over. But one of these days, one of these hearings, we will go, voila, we solved it. And so now we would like to take this and give it to the judiciary with this amount. So you read my mind, but that's like year 2 or 3. You know, I don't want to roll out everything this year, you know, because yeah, year 2 or year 3 in the works. Any other questions? Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah. That's how you cure Representative Kobayashi from asking too many questions. You answer double the time. Yeah.
All right, members, anything else? Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, OG, for being here. I guess I just have some follow-up to this question because I've done some work in recording in land court, and I feel like most of the time when a client needs to record something in land court and the land court won't accept it, that the solution is to go to the LG's office and, you know, fix the name and then try to go back to the land court. So is there plans to coordinate, or do you take some of the information from the land court and the job you're already working on, and can you just explain the process?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, because in trying to do name change and apostille, it touches upon the functions of other government. So land court is a good example. Department of Health is also a good example when you try to get marriage or birth certificate. So it's not just this little section. We'll be coordinating with all the other agencies. But very good question, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Madam Lieutenant Governor, having been the chair of finance for so long, do you have any advice for our committee, as being that this is probably why you're Lieutenant Governor, because the committee that you ran here, do you have any advice for us, particularly for Kyle, that we can also advance in our careers like you?
Is he trying to get rid of you already? Yeah, I know. I don't know how to read that. Let me just try to. No, but you know, you folks have such an important job. You know, you've been a member of this committee for
Except for
years.
Kobayashi and myself and
Yeah.
Scott and the chair, everybody else is new. So.
No, Representative Morikawa has been.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
D, yes, of
Yeah.
course.
But you know, I mean, you folks have a real important function, and so I've heard about some of the hearings, and I think you're doing a really good job, because it is and as much as, you know, we're cordial, I expect you to go and analyze my budget. I expect you to go and by line analyze other departments' requests. It's not when it comes to taxpayers' money, there is no honeymoon period. It is your responsibility to make sure that everybody is accounted for. And the questions that you're asking, it's not your individual questions. You're representing 25,000 people who depend on you to be here and be tough with their money.
28,000, actually.
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's words of wisdom. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. What she said was, Representative, you should be asking budget questions that pertain to finance.
Repeating your often said
Yeah.
statement.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you.
further questions for the Lieutenant Governor? Okay, thank you very much for coming in. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you
And-
again.
And by the way, you know, I said that to every committee, but this I really mean. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Like,